welcome to another episode of the Fair One podcast. We're here to watch the main event, UFC 266. Should be a great night of fights. I just saw the heavyweights fight then. It was a massive knockout. Um, and like I said, I was here to watch the Dan Hooker versus Nasrat fight. So to kick this fight off, yeah. So pretty exciting stuff. I've been following Dan Hooker for a long time. You know, he was from this part of the world. He fought guys that I knew, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And yeah, both guys have a kickboxing background, but I think Dan Hooker's also. I've also always kind of known Dan Hooker as being a very good grappler, even more so than his striking. I've just always known him to be a good grappler. So I don't know. I think that's going to be a big difference in this game as well, because in this fight, because Dan Hooker can take it to the ground quite comfortably, or even if it's not necessarily he takes it to the ground quite comfortably, he's very comfortable on the ground. So I see more ways for Dan to win, and Dan can hit too, man. He's got a good striking background as well. So hello to everyone. Let me know who you think and why. And we got the Hungarian Hustler here saying good morning, Fab, Germ Angel, and the Watch Along family. Happy UFC 266. Can't wait for this one. So pumped. Thank you for being here, Hungarian Hustler. Love you being here. So thank you very much. Um, I haven't seen all the prelim fights. I just caught the end of the heavyweights, and that was a brutal shot by Chris to knock out Shamil. Paul Martin says, Mr. Fab, thanks for every bloody podcast you do, my man. Without you, people like us would be twiddling our thumbs and kicking daisies. Seriously, love, respect from Scotland. Hey, man, thank you, man. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. Really appreciate the support and the love that you guys show. So thank you very much. Without you guys, there is definitely no show. Nicholas Bright says, hello, Fab, just in time for the hooker fight, I see. Yes, sir. That's a fight I told you I was going to start early today to watch a hooker fight. Stephen Morgan says, hey, Fab, how are you, mate? Just want to know if you've seen Usyk and Joshua and if so, your thoughts on it. I haven't, man. I haven't. I got up, I had to do a whole bunch of family stuff this morning. And yeah, I'm here. I haven't seen it. I actually don't even know the results, to be honest with you. I just literally walked in the door now. You know what I mean? Um, let me just see a quick thing. If you go back to it, I'd picked Usyk if you watch it yesterday. So let me just see who won because I genuinely don't know. But I picked it yesterday, anyways. That was my Alex. Oh, so he won. Usyk won. I thought Usyk would do it. I said it yesterday on the when we were talking in the thingos, but that's I could have gone the other way too. Um, I haven't seen the fight though. Um, Kane says, "Coach Fab," I say, "Hey, right back at you, sir." Roy C says, "Hey, Fab, how you doing, sir?" Kane says, "Can't wait to see Valentina dominate. I think she's going to dominate." Dad says, "My wife left me for my brother." I'm really, really sorry to hear that, mate. I'm really, really sorry to hear that, and I hope you get through this, man. It's going to be shit, but I wish you all the best. Andre says, "What's up, Fab? Hashtag and still let's go Volk." I believe so, sir. I believe so. Randy says, "Hey, coach." Randy says, "Good to see you. Good to see you, Randy." Sasank says, "Greetings from Toronto, Fab." Thank you, sir. Greetings to you from the Illawarra South Coast, sir. Thank you very much for being here, guys. I'm really, really looking forward to this card. Looks like it's gonna be a cracker card, sir. Yes, you're right, Sasank. A cracker card indeed. Looking forward to this. I hope Hooker gets up and I hope Hooker gets a win. No disrespect to Nasrat. I just go for the guys from this kind of area of the world. Sasank says, "Nice sweater. Thank you, sir." It's a little bit cold here today. A little bit cold. I went for a walk early with my wife for about 2 hour walk. Did a bit of a hike around the area and it was quite cold in the morning. And took the dog for a walk. So got all that stuff out of the way. Sasank says, "Did you hear about Dan Hooker's journey to get to this fight?" Yes, I did. I think Nasrat went through a similar sort of thing as well, didn't he? Um, so yeah, I imagine it would have been. I can't even imagine it. It would have been horrible. So I don't know what they're going to look like. Halfway through that second round, it's if it's going to have drained them immensely or and whatnot. Honestly, it would be so difficult. Not easy at all, man. Not easy at all. Um, Andre says, "Did you catch the Usyk fight? Usyk put on absolute boxing clinic." I didn't. I would have loved to have seen it, but like I said, I had a quite a few things to do this morning. Sasenk says they both had a mission to get there. Yeah, they both did. So I don't know how that's going to affect them in this fight. It's I don't know. It's tough, man. It's tough. The flight at the best of times from this part of the world to the US is tough. It is tough at the best of times. Um, so yeah, I I don't know. I don't, and it's not like Europe to the US is not anywhere near as bad as like Australia or New Zealand to the US. It's Sydney to the US is brutal. It's pretty brutal. Um, Nicholas Bright says, "I hope both Hooker and Haqparast get a bonus just for being there." Yeah, for sure, man. Um, they made weight with all that jet lag. Yeah, man. It would have been super hard for him. Really, really hard. Andre says it was crazy. Fab never expected Usyk to completely outjab him for 12 rounds. I like I said, I picked Usyk to win against Joshua, but I can't say to you that I haven't seen the fight anyways, but I can't say to you that I expected him to just completely outclass him. I haven't seen the fight. Sasank says Oz to Hawaii, Hawaii to Vegas. That's all right. That's usually when we go to Vegas. That's usually the one that I would do. I'd go Sydney to Hawaii, stay in Hawaii for like two days or something, and then go from there to Hawaii to Vegas, and then the jet lag wouldn't be as bad. It wasn't pleasant though. It wasn't pleasant. You usually need like a day per hour of time difference to properly acclimate. So um, yeah, I mean, you could do it once, you know what I mean, if you have to do it like Hooker and Nasrat are gonna do, but it's not optimal, man. It's not optimal. But yeah, generally, I'd go Oz. And if I have to travel moving forward, I'm probably gonna go Sydney, Auckland, stay in Auckland for a couple of days, and then go Auckland, Hawaii, stay in Hawaii for a couple of days, and then go Hawaii, um, west coast of the US. That's probably what I would do just to break it up. I've you know all up until not long ago, I traveled a lot, a lot, a lot, a lot for work, and I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it anymore. I don't want to fly. Sasank says that's the best layover. Hawaii is always nice. Yeah, absolutely. Hawaii is nice. Auckland's nice. If I don't take a lot of luggage, I would stop at Auckland and stay there for a couple of days. Lawler's walking in, looks intense as always. Lean McHungry says those dudes fly business. Big difference. They don't fly business, dude. They don't fly business. The champ might fly thing, but like Nasrat and Hooker, unless something special happened this time, no, they didn't fly business, which makes it hard. Yeah, business class, first class, all that stuff makes a massive difference when you fly. Huge, huge difference. But no, generally they don't fly that. No. DJ says, "Cheers, lads. Cheers to you, sir." Now and Nasrat really, really, really looks like Gastelum. He really does. Um, I don't see him getting past Hooker, but he does crack pretty hard, and he could catch Hooker out, especially if he jumps on him early. I don't know, but I'll go for Hooker. Oh, my heart's with Hooker, and my head's with Hooker too. So Marco Boy says, "Oi Fab, I know you don't love gossipy shit, but did you see John Jones getting arrested for battery assault the night of his Hall of Fame induction?" I did, man. I did. Like, it makes me sad on a number of levels. It makes me sad on whoever he assaulted because that would be terrifying. And it makes me really, really sad for John. Like I think like whatever's going on in his life that he's finding it very difficult to come to terms with and get it together. So I don't, I do feel for him and for whoever he assaulted, man, because that would have been terrifying. Andre says, "Did you see Aljo pulled out? Now we're getting Yarn versus Sanhagen for interim title." I did not. That's a crazy fight as well. That's every bit as hard. That's crazy. Sasank says, "Lightweight Gastelum." Yes, sir. Pip Dennison says, "Hello, everyone." And Sasank says, "Dan is a massive guy. He's a big boy. Dan is a big boy. I'm telling you." Nasrat's about to walk out now. The younger of the two fighters is Nasrat, and he also has a striking background. Very interesting. Very interesting fight. Very Kelvin Gastelum-esque. He is. He's not a little guy himself though, Nasrat. Um, Sorry if I skip you guys. There's just a few people putting stuff up. Sasank says for a 6 foot lightweight, he's freaking huge. Yeah, he's a big guy. I think he even fought at heavyweight a couple of times, man, back in the day in local circuits. Um, Mishmack says, "Hi everyone, greetings from the UK. How are you, sir?" DJ says, "Is this the main card?" Nah, this is prelims. Prelims. There's two fights in the prelims. This one and the Moraes fight. Very, very interesting. I I can't see. Like I said, I can't see Nasrat necessarily beating him, but I mean he can beat him. You know what I mean? Like he definitely can, but I just don't see him beating him. And you're gonna have to excuse me, guys, because I'm gonna have to have brunch this morning whilst I'm on the podcast because otherwise I wouldn't have been able to do this one. There's Dan Hooker walking out now, draped in the New Zealand flag. Sasank says mentally ill. Who are we referring to being mentally ill? Mishmak says big fight for Dan to try and get some confidence from it. Man, I don't know that he's lacking confidence, to be honest. I do think that it'd be good for him to get a win for sure. But, these things happen. Like you're fighting, you lose. You can lose. It happens. Joe Schmo says, what if Ferry Jim Miller was robbed? I don't know about that. I didn't see that. Um, Dan is like skeleton, muscle, and then skin ripped over it. Moist Penguin says Dan Hooker. Dan Hooker indeed. Just a second, guys. This is going to be a cracker fight, guys. A cracker fight. I'll have to eat my oats while I watch this fight. So um, I do beg your pardon for that, but I have to eat, mate. I do not want to wither away into nothing. Do not want to wither away. Thank you. Thank you. Nicholas Bright says Dan says the city kickboxing team is probably moving to the USA. Oh, that'll be interesting. Um, Moist Penguin says Dan Hooker gets hit a lot, and maybe last fight showed it's finally catching up to his chin, which has been historically really good. We shall see. True. So Marco Boy says Haqparast lost his mother right before this fight. Is it wise for his team to let him fight in such an emotionally unstable state? I think it'll be really, really hard, but I also don't know what the ins and outs of it were. I don't know if it's better for him to fight, and helps him. Maybe it helps him. I don't know. I don't know that he's emotionally unstable either. Like he might be going through a really hard time, but it's not necessarily. Um, he might not be emotionally unstable. He might be just be grieving, and that's a part of the way he grieves. It's going to be very interesting. I think Dan. We The problem with fighting someone like Dan Hooker is he can pick you off from the outside, and if you up close, he fights good in the pocket. He throws the big knees in there. He's big and strong with great grappling. Hard guy. Hard out, man. It's a really, really tough out for anyone. And we are about to start, people. We're off. For some reason, my clock's not working. Dan Hooker in the orthodox stance. Nasrat in the southpaw stance. Hooker looking to chop at those legs immediately from the start of the fight. Now it started working. Hooker with a nice jab. Hooker looking much bigger than Nasrat. Much, much bigger, much longer. And he's going to look to pepper him from the outside. Those kicks to the forearms of Nasrat are going to start to take their toll. Big right hand down the middle by Dan Hooker. Dan Hooker pressuring early from the start. And I think it's smart from either one of these guys to put the pressure on early, seeing as what the journey would have been to get here. Nasrat not offering much in the way of offense and skirting the peripheries of the octagon. He's looking very reactive to Dan Hooker's attacks. Dan Hooker very measured, very, very measured in his approach. Big left hand by Nasrat, followed by right hook over the top, none of which hit Dan. Nice front kick down the middle. That front kick, orthodox to southpaw matchup from a longer guy like Hooker is there all day for him, and he's using it very, very, very well. Nice feints with his hips. Looking very comfortable is Hooker. Throws a nice right high kick there. Hooker doing a fantastic job of controlling the distance and the tempo of the fight and making Nasrat bite on his feints. And Nasrat's really only thrown 4 punches. Throws a big left hook. Hooker ducks right under it. You've got to be careful. There's a lot of hand speed from Nasrat. Nice inside kick by Dan Hooker. But the output that Dan's showing is he's completely dominating this aspect of the fight. And when you're reacting to someone the way that Nasrat is having to do with Hooker, it takes a lot of it really fatigues you because the first system to fatigue is a neural system. And you're reacting to the person and reacting and reacting. Nasrat really his MO at the moment has been to look to counter Dan Hooker with a left hook every time or a left straight when Hooker comes in or and throwing the right hand after it. That's really the only offense he's launched at this stage. And Hooker is controlling the center and doing a fantastic job of controlling the distance and the center, the tempo of the fight, and launching some. Oh, nice little right hand by Nasrat over the top, catches Hooker a little bit, but it was only a glancing blow. Hooker's not loading up. He's doing just controlling the distance, landing the shots. Nice little left kick by Haqparast. Be good to see him use that front kick a little more. Of course, he's got the disadvantage in the kicks with Hooker, being that Hooker's got much longer legs. But you have to kick with a kicker because that'll stop Hooker from kicking. Hooker has to react to the kicks, has to lift his legs, has to move, has to shift his weight, all of which are going to stop Hooker from kicking. Doubles up on the jab does Hooker. Nice left hand down the pipe by Haqparast, but Hooker gets out of the way. Boys touch gloves. More of the same. There's 58 seconds to go. Hooker goes looking for a double leg. He's in deep. He's switched to a single leg here. I don't think he's going to get this takedown from there. 35 seconds to go. Haqparast defending well. He's got a deep underhook there. He's got double underhooks, actually. I don't see Hooker being able to finish this, but he's landing some good knees into the thigh of Haqparast with 24 seconds to go. The strike differential is Hooker 23 and Haqparast 5. So it's been all Hooker this round. 10 seconds to go. Hooker's still fighting for that. Nice knee up the middle by Hooker, really turning the heat on in the last 3 seconds. And that's that. That's the round, ladies and gentlemen. That is the round. Haqparast has to be able to start changing things up a little bit here because he's really, really far behind as far as not just the fact that he lost that round, like he lost that round 10-9, but I don't see him having an answer for the tempo, for the volume, um, pretty much for anything there that Hooker's throwing out at him. So yeah, I don't see him or the distance that Hooker's fighting him at. And then when Hooker closes that distance, he can shoot that double leg and then come out of that and throw the knee the way that he did. So we're about to kick off this second round. We're off, people. Round two. Hooker again. This is carbon copy of the first round. Oh, a little bit more good output from Nasrat. He has to go in there. He has to throw fire. Nice high kick by Dan Hooker. Nasrat has to be active. He has to come out more. But the feints and the jab and the pouring of the jab is making him freeze and have his guard up. When he opens up and he throws those hands, he's had some success. He has landed some shots on Dan Hooker. I don't think he's going to land anything that's going to stop Hooker at this stage. But yeah, Hooker's forcing him to shell up there. Hooker shoots a double leg off a knee, and Haqparast is doing a great job of defending that. But this is the problem. In this break, Hooker's going to throw this knee up the middle. He's got a good defense. He does Haqparast. But he has to move off that cage. So he's got an underhook there, but he has to frame. He has to use his left arm, frame on the face of Hooker, get some space between him and Hooker, and then he can spin and get off that fence. Otherwise, Hooker being the taller man and having the better head position here, he's kind of just going to hold him up there. Nice double leg here from Dan Hooker. He's almost got it. Haqparast defends it again, goes looking for a throw himself on Hooker. Nice little uppercut by Dan Hooker and then back to a double leg. He's in deep, is Hooker. Haqparast has to circle and get off this cage. He's going to stay there and eat knees off Dan Hooker all day. Again, shoots a double leg, does Dan Hooker. But you've got to think that this is going to start to take a toll on Hooker as well. Because he's been shooting the double and not finishing the takedowns. That takes a big toll out of you. Does Haqparast have it in him? Haqparast has landed some lefts down the pipe, man. If he was a little bit more active with them, that have hurt them. He's landed them. They're swinging a big left hand, and again, Hooker's able to walk in and throw that knee. Nice shot to the body by Haqparast. There's 2 minutes and 25 seconds to go. I wonder who's going to hold up the worst from this the jet lag. Oh, Haqparast looks like he's in trouble already. Hooker looks like he's breathing rather hard as well. There's 2 minutes to go. Hooker's working very, very hard for the takedowns, and he gets it. He gets a takedown. Haqparast back to his feet. For Haqparast's sake, he has to defend this. He has to get that right underhook in. He has to try and turn Hooker off. Hooker's working very, very hard to get this takedown. Haqparast has absorbed 23 body shots, it says here. He's in all sorts of trouble, is Haqparast. I don't know that he's going to see the end of this fight. Hooker's create a lot of problems for Haqparast. A lot of pressure. Good right hand down the middle by Hooker. Hooker, another shot to the body of Haqparast. Haqparast taking deep breaths. The body shots, the jet lag, all of that will have a massive effect on him at this stage. Another nice kick, another big knee by Dan Hooker. Haqparast in a lot of trouble. Dan Hooker changes his level, goes for a double leg. He gets a body lock and he slams him down with a minute to go, looking for the mount immediately. He'll probably transition here into a smash pass, and I do not see Nasrat being able to get up from here. There's a smash pass from Dan Hooker. Incredibly hard position to get out of, like, efficiently, because he got out of it, but he's inside control now. So I don't see Nasrat being able to get up. There's 45 seconds to go. There's plenty of time for Dan Hooker to really soften him up here, and I don't know that Haqparast is going to see the end of the third. He may see the end of this round, I think, but third round's going to be awful for him. 19 seconds to go. He's going to continue to soften him up. This third round's going to be very, very telling for both guys. But Hooker here in this position gets to rest a lot more than Nasrat has. That's the round, people. Really, really interesting. I do think, though, like I said before the fight, I didn't see really a way other than Nasrat catching Hooker for him to beat Hooker. Other than him catching him with a good left hand. He looks exhausted on his stool, does Nasrat. We're about to start the third and final round of this fight. And we're off, people. Oh, left rib to the body. Oh, he comes out throwing good power, does Nasrat. There's just not enough volume of it. Nice little left hand, catches Hooker again. Hit him low, did Hooker. He hit Nasrat low. When he throws that left hand, there's power behind it and there's speed. Hooker got him right in the nuts. So he's got 5 minutes to recover. Comes out again, does Nasrat. Ooh, nice low kick by Hooker. Nasrat swinging for the fences again. Nice 1-1-2 from Hooker. That straight right from Hooker's also been pretty brutal. Left high kick from, oh, he catches Hooker with a little hook over the top. Does Haqparast. Haqparast needs to put more volume onto his punches, man. And then, he looks really good when he attacks Dan Hooker. He's hit Dan a few times, quite flush. Dan's showing off fantastic chin as always. 4 minutes to go. Nice calf kick by Hooker. Nice body kick by Hooker. Nasrat's answering the kicks. He sprawls on Hooker's double leg attempt. Hooker gets the takedown. Good work by Hooker. Hooker passes the guard relatively easily. He's inside control, and Nasrat is in all types of problems at the moment. All types of problems. He's this thing where, see, if you look at Nasrat's right tricep, Hooker's hips are underneath it, and that makes it almost impossible from that position for you to be able to escape or move your hips or do anything. Um, so the first thing that Nasrat's holding on to Hooker there, but really what he should be looking for is to get a frame on Hooker's hips and move. Because even if he holds Hooker there for the whole round, he's going to lose, and he lost the first two. So he needs to frame on those hips and start to create some space. Easier said than done, though. I'm not even criticizing him. I'm just saying it for people. Because whilst that tricep is above the hip of Hooker, you're just in trouble. You can't make any space. Paul Martin says, "What's my verdict on that one? On which one, mate? On which one? Because I didn't see what you wrote, man. Sorry, I was watching the fights, but on which one? See, now he's gotten his arm out. He's got a little bit more space. He's able to frame on that hip, but Hooker is a much better grappler than him. That's the given, and that's kind of how I saw the fight going like this. Actually, to be honest with you, Hooker was in a bit of struggled a little bit to get him down early in the fight, but this is going to be a decision win by Hooker, if not a stoppage. Sinks almost sunk both hooks in. Nasrat's defending the. Now he's gone into a turtle position. Turtle position like this is not the best in MMA, which a lot of jiu-jitsu guys use a lot of. But the reality is you're not able to defend from that unless you're going to go turtle and then do like an escape, like in folk style wrestling, and get up or move to guard or something else. You're really just going to. There we go. That's what he did. You're really just going to get hit a lot, which he went for the escape from that position. So that was good. Hooker once again shoots a double. Not a lot of resistance from Haqparast there. Is he going to be able to push Hooker off and get up? It's a very one-sided fight, in my opinion. Good work by Hooker. To be honest with you, I couldn't really see it going any other way than Hooker winning this fight, outside of him getting caught. From able to ground and pound from with ease from that position, from the side control position. 11 seconds to go, and Hooker's hitting him at will. Straight flush to the face. He's got his arm trapped there. 5 seconds to go. 3, 2, 1, time. That is a great win for Hooker. A straight, easy win, I think. David Morris says, Dan looking strong on the ground tonight. Yeah, well, Dan's always been good on the ground, and Haqparast looks like he needs a little bit of work there in that field. Like I said before the fight, I didn't really see a way for Nasrat to win this fight like that, other than catching him. I see that he's not quite at that level of development as a Dan Hooker at this point. It shows he's got a ton of potential, but he's he's not. It's a big step up for him now at this stage, Hooker. Great fighter is Dan Hooker. I'm a real big fan. Real big fan of his. Paul Martin says, I met a girl from England. I'm Scottish, Fab. I love her, and she's got the sexiest bum ever, and she's so beautiful. Please read this, Sir Fab. I just did, sir. I just did. And good for you. And good for her, because I'm sure you're a catch as well, my friend. I'm sure she's telling her friends about how she's with a guy that's got a great taste in podcasts. And that'd be the talk in all of England at the moment. I would imagine that's the most reasonable assumption for me to make. You know, when people say, "Oh, it was a robbery," blah blah blah. If they give this fight anything other than Dan Hooker, then that's a robbery. You know, other ones when it's a close fight, it's not a robbery, man. Great show of sportsmanship from Dan. I think they both know how hard that journey would have been for both of them. You know what I mean? So good for them. Paul Martin says her name is Nikki Fab. Please, bro, she makes me so happy enough to stop fighting. Well, all the best to Paul Martin and Nikki, and I hope you guys live a long and happy life in sunny Scotland, in sunny Glasgow. Mish Mac says one just gave a 10-8 round. Yeah, I believe 10-8 round is fair. Like you could give a 10-8 round, especially the last round, a 10-8 round for sure. Could be. Dan looks exhausted, man. Poor guy. Let him go, DC. Let him go get a drink and chill out. Mishmack says, guess it was the third. Yeah, I can see that. I can see the third round there being a 10-8. He looks exhausted, does Dan. I don't know what DC is saying to him. I don't know what Dan's saying. David Morris says, Dan was fighting down in rankings, but after two tough nights out against the very top of the division, I think it's good for him. Yeah, I do. I just know how good Dan Hooker is, and I knew that there was no way, other than catching him flush, that Nasrat was going to beat him. Nicholas Bright says, apparently Haqparast told Hooker he didn't expect him to go for the takedowns. That's weird because that's the way I saw the fight going. I saw Hooker. I thought Hooker was going to get takedowns on Haqparast, and that's what he was going to do. Kind of like how he fought is how I thought he was going to fight, because that's how Dan Hooker fucking fights. So I don't know why you'd think that he wouldn't go for the takedowns. Corey Sandhagen, eh? And again, guys, my apologies for me eating my oats here, but if I didn't, I would not have the strength to go on for the whole show. Casper says, hello, Fab. Hello, Casper. How are you? Nicholas Bright says, Hooker called out Darius too. That's a good fight. That is a good fight. Mhm. What a fight. What a fight. What a fight, man. There's a fight where it'd be interesting to see because I think that Darius is a better grappler, but Hooker's such a dangerous striker. I don't know, What a crazy fight. Oh, that right hand in the prelims, I think it was. That was a crazy right hand. I'm just watching it now. Yeah, Benil and Hooker, that's a crazy fight. That's a really good fight. Not the best backflip I've seen in the celebration. I've seen better backflips, I'm not gonna lie. But it was a great knockout. Mirab versus Moraes. This is the fight that I've been waiting for. I'm not gonna lie. I have been waiting for this fight. I'm a big fan of both fighters. I love the way Mirab fights. And I think Marlon is a very, very good fighter in his own right. Very dangerous man. Like very, very, very dangerous first round fighter. Not that he hasn't got other rounds in him, but in the first round, Marlon is very, very good. Mishmak says scared for Marlon here. I think Merab's going to give him hell. He's going to definitely give him hell. But in that first round, Marlon's a monster, dude. Like a proper monster. So my pick is Mirab, but I would not be surprised if Marlon gets it done early. He's a dangerous, mean dude, man. Nicholas says, hope we see a healthy Moraes. He's not looked so good in his last couple. A lot of it depends on what happens on the day and who you fight, man. You know, the Outcast says lightweight is still the deepest division in the UFC, Fab. I think so. I think lightweight and bantamweight are both um, two of the really stacked divisions. My opinion. That's just my opinion. Again, like people like, and I think it was a great performance by Hooker, and people shit on him for losing the two fights, and then they get back on the hype train when he wins this fight. You know, and to be honest with you, no disrespect to Nasrat, but Nasrat is not Poirier or Chandler. Do you know what I mean? Like, and so you can't just gauge off the fact that he won this fight or that he looked good against Nasrat, you know, and shit on him for his last two performances where who you fight matters a lot, you know. Paul Martin says, Fab, you the fucking man. I asked that of you as wanted her to know all of us around the world who fight aren't made of stone and we stick together. Cheers, Mr. Fab. Right back at you, sir. I'm not much of a fighter, though, so I don't want you to get getting um, bad ideas of me or whatever because I'm actually not much of a fighter. But yeah, like I said earlier, shout out to Sunny Glasgow. Mirab's walking out now. I really like the way these guys fight. I really like that style, that grappling heavy style with guys that can bang. So I really enjoy watching this guy fight, Mirab. My favorite genre of fighters are those types of cats. And those guys from like the Caucasus and that, man, they are they've inspired me to start talking to my wife about my next dog being a Central Asian Shepherd because of my I really like I've always watched them, of course, you know, all the guys from Central Asia, from the steppe and that. I've always really liked their performances in combat sports, particularly judo and in wrestling in the Olympics and world championships and that. Seeing like you know, everyone from Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, and then the guys from the Caucasus like Georgia, Azerbaijan, um, Dagestan, Chechnya, all those places like that, like how like the combat in that region, yeah, all through Central Asia as well. Like there's really good, really good combat in that area. Iran, Turkey, really good combat. Um, Kane says Fabi's being modest. He could take Khabib and Ngannou easily at the same time. I could take him to dinner or something. But yeah, Casper says thoughts on what happened to John Jones. I don't know what happened to John Jones. You know, I feel for him. You know what I mean? I think it's I feel for him, and like I said, and I feel for whoever he assaulted. But yeah, it's sad to see someone like not really being able to keep it together. You know, who knows? You know, it's hard. It's a hard thing. Mishmak says Moraes looked pumped. He's loving the crowd energy. Yes, sir. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Both these guys this is gonna be a cracker fight, man. Highest takedown rate in UFC history, 7.737 per 15 minutes. And he's a judo black belt, is Merab. Interesting, man. Interesting guy, this guy. And that pressure is gonna make it real hard for him, for Moraes, you know. But early on, Moraes is a monster, dude. Early on, he is a fucking monster himself. So it's going to be very interesting. This first round, the first 5 minutes, going to be firecrackers. So let's see what happens. Minus 260 favorite is Mirab. I think that's accurate. I picked Mirab, but I don't know in the first round it's not telling, you know. The first round anything can happen. He's a very good fighter, is Moraes, especially in that first round. 808 says, "What's up, Uncle Fab? How you and the family doing today?" I'm doing good, man. Aloha to you too, my friend. Plus 210 underdog is Marlon Moraes. Marlon's a big dude as well for that division, man, for the bantamweight. The bantamweight division, I'm really impressed with the bantamweight division. Like I said before, it was like on a sleeper division for a while, but then all these dudes with KO power started just popping up in the bantamweight division. Bantamweight guys are little, man. They hit these guys can whack, you know. That's probably one of the deepest divisions as well. Lightweight, bantamweight, they're the two that come to mind. Welterweight's always pretty stacked, but the welterweight guys have kind of gotten older. The thing with welterweight is that you're always going to have guys popping up. You're always going to have wear off people. They touch gloves. Both guys in the orthodox stance. Moraes looking more like in a Muay Thai stance, where Mirab's looking more like an old school boxer. Is Mirab going to be able to apply the pressure to Moraes early on? Or is Moraes going to be able to hurt him with leg kicks and body shots early on and slow him down? This is an interesting situation here. Because Mirab wants to start moving Moraes backwards to take those leg kicks away from him. But Mirab's doing a great job of kicking with a good kicker in Moraes. It stops the kicks coming as much. Ooh, there's a calf kick that I was talking about from Moraes. So good, so powerful. Mirab has to get him moving backwards to take some of that pep and timing off the kicks. Because he can't eat too many of those big leg kicks from Moraes early on. That's what I was saying to this first round is going to be crazy. It's going to be firecrackers. Moraes is landing good jabs, and there's a takedown from Mirab. Moraes has the guillotine, but he's using that to kind of get up. While that left hand is up like this and his hips are lifted, like so while he's got his left hand planted and he's lifting his hips, he's doing a fantastic job of keeping that from the takedown from finishing, from Mirab being able to complete the takedown. And he did a great job, and now he's back to his feet. Those leg kicks are going to be really, really, really brutal in this fight from Moraes. That calf kick, you can see the welt already on the calf, on the outer aspect of the calf of Mirab. Yeah, I agree, Royce. That Mirab is a rightful favorite, but especially in that early round, I wouldn't give that much of a favorite to Mirab when Moraes can finish him. Almost got caught with an uppercut from Mirab, because that's what happens now. He got that takedown, even though it didn't last long. But now the level change is going to keep Moraes a little bit honest, you know. So he can't just keep pepping away at that lead leg. He has to. Oh, he's rocked him. He's rocked Mirab. He's rocked Mirab. Mirab's in all sorts of trouble. He's in all sorts of trouble. He's on roller skates. He's dropped him again. He's going to finish the fight. Mirab's in all sorts of trouble. Moraes has jumped on his. Looks like he's going for a rear naked choke. Mirab's trying to run and get. He's in all sorts of trouble. Is Mirab? There's 2 minutes to go. There's plenty of time. Moraes is still landing the left hand. He's still landing those hooks. Big uppercut landed by Moraes. Moraes is trying to finish this fight. Oh my God. Mirab gets the clinch. He looked like he was Bambi on roller skates for a second there. Now, Moraes may have punched himself out a little bit. I do not know what is in Mirab's head. He must be made of cinder blocks and hard stuff, man. I do not know how he did not go out. He really did look like a drunk Bambi on roller skates, man. He could not stand. He was going all over the place. I don't know how he took those shots and came back. Moraes may have punched himself out. He may have punched himself out a little bit. There's 1 minute and 29 seconds to go. Moraes really needs to get this right underhook and get up from that position. He really needs to be able to do that. 1 minute and 18 seconds to go. The closed guard from Moraes. This is not really helping him because he needs to get this fight back to the feet. The closed guard is only going to help Mirab. The body shots are only going to help Mirab from here, from this position. 55 seconds to go. Moraes is probably tired himself though. Big hammer fists landed by Mirab, but my God, those shots! I don't know how he took those shots, man. And that's what I was saying. In the first round, Moraes is just so dangerous and so powerful. Moraes is not going to get a submission though from here. Mirab's landing hammer fist after hammer fist after hammer fist on Moraes. Man, to the point that he could stop this fight. There's 14 seconds to go. Like, it went from what I would have given a 10-8 round to Moraes to, I don't know. I don't know what it is now. You know what I mean? He was definitely the one closer to finishing, but he might have got it back to a 10-9 round. Moraes looks like he's in all sorts of trouble. Joseph says, damn, I missed the hooker fight. Did he look good? He looked fantastic. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. That was pretty impressive, man. I Moraes looks like he's out on his stool, man. He looks absolutely exhausted. I don't know how much power he must have put into those shots, to try and take Mirab out, and Mirab took the shots. Mirab's got a cheat code, man. He's got a cinder block head. He looks like his nose might be broken. I don't know if it's broken in this fight or if that's previously, but my lord, you're I don't know. I don't know how he took those shots. We're about to start the second round. My God, those hammer fists. He landed about, I don't know, a million hammer fists there. Now, it's not the most powerful shot, surprisingly, because you're hitting with like the weakest part of your fist with the pinky, but it's still not pleasant, dude. It's still not pleasant. You can still finish fights with it. It's just not the greatest. You still hit like don't mistake it. You're still getting hurt. But a lot of the times you're landing kind of with the lateral aspect of that of your hand. Nice double leg by Mirab, and he gets it. Moraes has his hooks in, but Moraes really, when you see a fighter get taken down, that is predominantly wants to fight on their feet, and the momentum of the takedown stops, and they capitulate being taken down. It's a very very bad sign, and this is what's happened with Moraes now. Although he has his hooks in with the guard, with the butterfly guard, it's still not like he's not using it to really get space. And Mirab is super dangerous from this position. And he's landing ground and pound. He's starting to pass. He's moving his way into a modified half guard of Moraes. But Moraes is not showing any attempt of real attempt of getting up to his feet. When he does kind of come up, Mirab is able to square him back off. Nicholas original sins a million hammer fists. A million. That is a lot. Yes, sir, it is. The outcast says Fab's been on a roller coaster of emotions that round. I have, sir. I have. Honestly, man, because the problem there would have been like it wouldn't have done Mirab justice, but it would have been good for Moraes. So I can't, but he's landing these hammer fists in this position. Starting to land shots on the outside. And again, Moraes has closed the guard. This is a real bad sign for Moraes. Once he closes that guard like that, he's not really going to get up from there. You don't want the guard closed like that necessarily in MMA unless you have a very, very good closed guard and you're holding the person onto you. But the problem here is you're not really holding Mirab onto him. So Mirab's still able to get space to land big shots, So that's a big problem there for Moraes. If he was holding him down and Moraes and Mirab wasn't really able to get purchased to get like stand up and land some shots, but he is. He's landing shot after shot on him. And whilst he's blocking some of these shots, there's still the force of it. the back of your head hitting the mats. It's not good for Moraes. Moraes is in all sorts of trouble here. Nice little shots there by Mirab, and he's not much offense, not much anything is coming from Moraes' perspective. Moraes is looking for a double leg himself. He's managed to get back to his feet, but I would tell you right now that he would be absolutely exhausted, and I'd be surprised. I'd be actually be surprised if he sees the end of the third round. He's not really achieving much of a rest from this position, as I was about to say. Mirab throws him back to the ground. He's looking for a makeshift crucifix. Is Mirab? Mirab's going to knee the body, I think, at some point. He's landing a lot of shots. I don't think he's going to see the end of the third. Is Moraes? Moraes is in all sorts of trouble. I don't think he's going to see the end of this round. No, the ref's going to call this. They're going to call it. They're going to call it. He's not going to see the end of this round. 54 seconds to go, and Mirab's landing a barrage of shots to the head. Unanswered shots. Must be close to, I don't know, 30 unanswered shots or something. They're not massive shots that are landing, but they're still landing. And Moraes is not defending himself whatsoever at all. He's laying prone. He's got the Dagestani handcuff as Mirab, and the ref has called it with 35 seconds to go. What a fight. What a fight. And that's the thing, man. Like it's I thought my pick was Mirab. You can go back and look, but yeah, I called it on Friday. But I did think that the first round would be crazy hard, and I was right. It was a crazy hard first round. Um, Moraes is an absolute monster in that first round. Always going to be. Very, very, very dangerous guy. Very dangerous guy in that first round. Insane. Absolutely insane. That was a crazy, crazy fight. I knew that fight was going to be a good fight, man. That was going to be a cracker. I'm really, really. That was one fight I wanted to see. Now we got Jessica Andrade versus Cynthia Calvillo. That will be the first fight of the main event. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. I will be back in a second, guys. Hold on, I'll be back in. Kuz says, if Merab hooked Marlon's arms up on the ground, could he knee the head for the finish? Weird position for a second. He can't if there's 3 points on the ground, right? Like, if you say you're in high parterre, so I've got hand, foot, you can if you lift my um, arms up. But if I've got knee, foot, that's 3 points on the ground. You can't knee my head. Um, Moist Penguin says, if I'm Dom Cruz, I'll storm the octagon right now and beat Keith Peterson down for not stopping the fight just now, but stopping the Cejudo Cruz fight. I can't remember exactly what happened in the Cejudo Cruz fight, but all fights are different, man. And what people do, like at different points of the fight, because Mirab looked hurt, but he kept going. He kept moving. He kept moving. He kept going, and he's at a different point in his career as well. I think that's another thing. Um, Chris K says should have been stopped at the end of the first. Do you mean from Mirab beating down on Moraes? Is that what you're talking about? Chris K says Moraes went out for sure at the end of round one. At the end, it looked honestly like there were moments where Moraes wasn't there in that first round when he landed the million hammer fists. That left hook he caught, Moraes caught him with was brutal. You know, really, really brutal. But he always had his faculties. Like he was always moving. Trying to get his legs under him, but he was always moving. Um. So yeah, that was really interesting. Yeah, I agree. But it's very hard to say he should have been stopped. It's like the ref has split second to make that decision. Christian Laurent says, "Hello, great Fab. Hello, great Fab. How are you, sir? How are you doing, man? How are you?" Yeah, it's very hard, man. Like the refs have to make a split second decision from the angle that they're in. Like they cop a lot of shit from commentators and people watching on TV, but it's a fucking tough job. Sometimes they get it wrong, yeah, 100%. But who doesn't get stuff wrong in their job? Chris Lawrence says, Fab, how you been, mate? I've been really good, man. I've been really good. Chris K says, I understand letting Moraes try again in round two, but after a minute or so of getting pounded in the face, Moraes should have been saved by the ref. I think that towards the end of the second, when I was calling it, it was pretty obvious that he should have been stopped. That's my opinion. But it's what am I going to say? Christian Lorenz says, I am good, excited for the card. Um, Crazy card. Crazy fight. I do think Moraes probably took more damage than he needed to because there was a point there where even I said there was like 30 unanswered shots to the head of Moraes that I didn't see him really defending it. But I'm not the one that has to make that decision. So tough, tough, tough job. Tough job. I wouldn't want to be a ref or a judge. I'll leave that to the people who want to do it. Very, very, very hard. Because you don't get to replay it either. You don't get to go, oh no shit, sorry, go again. I'll be back in 1 second, people. 1 second. Um, what up, Fab? Says TJC. Hope you're doing well, brother. My cousin used to work with Mirab in construction. Said he was always a bit of a maniac. Laugh out loud, man. He looks like he would have been. He looks like he would be. He Yeah, man. It's funny, man. Christian Lorenz says, Fab, how much do you admire GSP, if at all? He landed the most takedowns in the UFC and had the most strikes. Now, Holloway, he's a class act deserving of the Hall of Fame. Um, how much do I admire him? Like, how much do I admire him? Not like, I don't know. I don't admire people like that. Like, I don't know. I think he's a fantastic That's a funny word. But I definitely think he's a fantastic fighter. I think he's like an absolute one of the best to ever, ever, ever do it. And yeah, I just think he's a fantastic fighter. Um, I don't know him as a person, to admire him as a person, you know what I mean? Or I don't really admire athletes or celebrities and stuff like that. I don't know him. But I think he's a fantastic fighter, and I like the way he carries himself for the most part. I don't really know him, um, and definitely as far as fighting, he should be in the Hall of Fame. I love the way he fights. I love watching GSP fight. Chris K says reminded me of the finishing sequence of Jan versus Aldo that went on for too long as well. But yeah, this is Chris K speaking. But yeah, I agree that it's hard to make that call as well. when it isn't huge shots, but a bunch of small to medium ones, it seems hard to stop the fight. It's very hard, dude, because the problem with that as well is if the guy's not out, he's going to say, I was fine. I can keep going. The guy wasn't hurting me. He didn't have much left on his punches, etc., etc., etc. So it's real hard one. Christian Lawrence says, Fab, do you see the overhand right being a key weapon tonight for Volko? Yes. I do see him throwing that overhand right. I do see him landing it. I do see Ortega looking for uppercuts and knees up the middle. That's what I do see. Um, Cial says, what did you think of Haqparast's performance against Hooker on the feet? I I I think that Haqparast he was outclassed and outmatched, and that isn't even a massive criticism of him. That's just like he's a young guy that's coming up, and Hooker's a veteran in his prime, and big difference, So it's hard because you can't just say, "Oh, he should have done this, he should have done that." Like you don't know if he can do that or if he can do it against Hooker necessarily. So I think he's got a ton of potential, but I don't think that I don't think that he was going to beat Hooker at any stage on the feet or on the ground. I just didn't. He's got a lot of power, but and he can time his punches quite well, but there just wasn't enough volume coming back at Hooker. Chris K says, "Did I watch the Joshua Usyk fight? I did not, man. I I did not. No, I haven't seen any of it, man. I haven't seen any of it." Thomas Boyle says, "Who do you think are the best, most consistent refs working right now?" Honestly, I don't want to say one way or another. I think that it's hard, man. It's just a hard job, I take my hat off to any of them. There are some guys that when they're refing, I'm not going to name them. I don't like them. I don't like the way they do stuff. Um, I think some refs kind of make it about themselves a little bit, but in general, I take my hat off to them. I think it's such a hard job to do, man, and I don't envy them one iota, nor do I envy the judges. I think it's ridiculously hard jobs to do, and they're not massively compensated either. So yeah, Christian Lorenz says Joshua got outboxed by Usyk. I had picked Usyk to win, but I didn't think he was gonna win the way that he did. Um, so yeah, tough, man, tough. It's a real tough job, man. Like the refing and the judging. With the refing, if you call it and you're wrong, there's nothing you can do. You can't go back. I've seen it actually in local shows where they've called it and the guy made the wrong decision and then they let the fight keep going. And like I think no, you can't. And the guy won. And it's like, yeah, well, you kept the guy. And like, nah, because if say you dropped the dude, or you hurt him, or you took him down, or whatever, in that moment, that might have been your moment to win. And now the other guy comes back and wins. Like you can't. Like once you called it, you called it. So that's the reality. That's what makes it hard with like anyone that want to talk about refing or something. Like I said before, go and ref like just under 16s high school, like a competitive under 16s game of basketball or football or something, and you start to understand like, and that's the crowd will be yelling at you, but it won't even be anywhere close to actually what the UFC is like or the NBA. But you'll start to understand like, holy shit, the game goes so quick, that you can't. When I was a kid, that was my part-time job. Like I used to referee basketball. Um, it was the worst. I stopped doing it as soon as like I got to about 15, 16, 17, and like you're starting to ref your own age and up, and it's more serious. It's really serious. I just stopped refing, man. I used to ref, so you get like $5 a game or something. It was, and man, you it goes so quick. Like you look at it, it's not like when you're watching on TV and you go, that was a travel. Like you don't get to do that. You go travel and it's you could be wrong or you could be right, but you have to make that decision as soon as you see it. Got to call it. And in fighting, it's even more definitive because you can finish the fight. Finishes. You call the fight there and then it's finished. It's crazy. Uh, so Saint says, Fab, would you do commentary for a ONE FC fight? There are some crazy fighters there. I would. The problem is though, man, I've only got so many hours in the day, you know what I mean, to be able to do stuff. Marshall Smarter says, "Hello, everyone. It feels like the first time. It feels like the very first time. Glad to have you back, Marshall Smartest. I didn't know where you were actually. I was a little bit worried about you, mate." Gary the Goat says, "I'm scared for Lauren Murphy. I do not see Lauren Murphy winning." Christian Lawrence says, "I recently have read Mark Hunt's biography. What an incredible life he has had, and adversity he overcame to become an amazing fighter. I went back and also heard the episode with Mark Robb. Marshall Smartest, bet $5 on Lauren Murphy and you'll make 100, mate." Yeah, I wouldn't put money on Murphy. Nothing against Murphy. I just think it's a tough out for anyone against Shevchenko. Um, yeah, Shevchenko's uh, mate. She's a sniper. You know what I mean? And she can grapple. She can grapple really, really well. So I think it's tough for anyone. She's such a good striker. And you look at her fights with Amanda Nunes and that, and you think like, you know what I mean? Like that, those fights were pretty insane. You know, there wasn't a lot in that fight. You know, people say she won one of them, but all I'm going to say to you is that's a weight above her. You know what I mean? With a very, very devastating striker. Um, The Outcast says refing ain't worth the hassle. I ref junior hockey and had parents literally yell death threats at me when I was only a teenager myself. Laugh out loud, swerve it. 100%, dude. 1000%. Like you see, fuck man, I don't know what's wrong with people because I get into it too. Like I get into it. Like everyone gets into it, but like you got your kids there or whatever. But sometimes, man, the way people treat like teenage refs, like I'm speaking from Australia, right? It's not the fucking NRL, dude, or it's not the UEFA Cup. Like these are kids, or kids, or they're refs that are taking some time out of their day to referee your kid's game so that your kid gets to play. And you hear people going, "Oh, how much are they paying your ref?" And I'm like, dude, no one's paying them. They might be giving him a free sausage sizzle at the end of the fucking match, you know. And you're sitting here abusing the shit out of the ref. Don't get me wrong, calling him out on a bad call, going, "Ref, what was that?" That's not the same thing as threatening the ref. I've seen dudes fucking try and hit the kids. I've seen people hit the refs, and I think like, dude, what is wrong with you to want to hit like this dude that's doing your family a service, by refereeing your daughter's game because you couldn't, you fat fuck, you couldn't referee your own daughter's game. You know what I mean? Or your son's one. So it's yeah, man, it's so bad, man. I don't. That's why when people criticize it a lot, I think like, man, go try that, man. Try and just referee a kid's game, and see what that's like, and then come back and criticize the refs in the UFC or the NBA or whatever. Super hard, super hard. Um, Marshall Smarter says, "I thought my YouTube was messing about, so I resubscribed to your channel with all notifications on again. Also, I will bet $5 against Shevchenko for the channel if someone gives me 2-1 odds." No, I can't because it's dead money for me. I'm just saying to you, it's dead money because I think Shevchenko is going to win. Matthew Leslie says, "Hey, just saw you're doing UFC 266. Sweet, thank you, sir. Really appreciate it." Marshall Smarter says, "I remember the $5 to $10 ref days. It was real." Yeah, dude, tough man, tough way to make a living. Nicholas Bright says soccer parents can be the worst. Yeah, soccer's bad. Basketball's really, really bad because basketball, it's not as big of a field. Like it's a smaller court, so everyone's closer to you. So it's much, much closer to you. Like with with soccer, you could be potentially soccer and rugby league. You can be potentially, I don't know, 20 meters away from people, 30 meters away from people if you're in bang smack the middle of the field. But in basketball, you're not that far, dude. People are like right next to you. Generally, it's indoors and they'll yell obscenities and all sorts of stuff. I don't know, man. I've seen so many parents that I know, man, act like that. And I just think, like, dude, what's wrong with you, man? I don't know. Gary the Goat says putting money on Diaz or Lawler is a definition of gambling. Who knows what we're going to see there? That one is playing the stock market with a blindfold on, like you don't really know. Christian Laurent says Marshall Smartest use DraftKings and bet 5 on Murphy. Matthew Leslie says you got to be a top shelf loser to your shit at a kids game. Man, it happens all the time. I've seen that so much, man. So much where they they threaten the refs, and I think, dude, your kids in a couple of hours are going to have forgotten it. And don't get me wrong, like nobody wants to see their kids losing or anything like that, or your kid upset, or your kid losing like a really close decision, right? In a kids soccer game where they deserve to win and there was some bad calls or something. But I'm just going to tell you this, just so you know, and just for your own sake, the refs at under eights soccer girls are not corrupt, man. They might be incompetent, but they're incompetent only because it's not the UEFA Cup finals, my friend. It's just a kid or an older person or someone or a parent jumping in to referee so that your kid can spend a couple of hours in the afternoon chasing a ball around. So, although you might be riding high on the fact that your daughter might win the under nines Illawarra championships, nobody else gives a fuck, dude. The ref's not corrupt. He might be incompetent. And it's shit to see your daughter sad. But I'm going to tell you something else. It's important for your kids to take shots on the chin and understand that sometimes things don't happen the way you want them to, even though you deserved it. Sometimes bad things happen to people that even when they don't deserve it. It's one of those things. Um, Christian Lorenz says, I see Murphy getting slept in the first. Could could be. Marshall Smartest says, I'd rather spend my money here. Marshall Smartest, you're spending something much more valuable with us right now, my friend, and that is your time. So all the love to you, my friend. Thank you so much. And man, I was watching a show about Nova Scotia the other day, and the seafood, man, looks amazing, man. It looks amazing. DJ says, I had to bounce for a few minutes. Did Marlon lose? He lost. He almost finished the fight in the first, but he lost the fight overall. Christian Laurent is laughing. Um, sorry. And cheers, Nicholas. Marshall Smarter says, this is such a crazy card. Really? Yes, sir. Christian Laurent says, does Baby Chino play any league sports, Fab? She doesn't. Yeah, she's only a baby. She was doing gymnastics, but then with COVID and that, we stopped uh, being able to take her there. But she was doing gymnastics and she loved it. Like, she's real strong. She's not two yet, and she likes to hold on to chin up bars and kind of like tries to pull herself up, or she'll bend her elbows and hold herself up on the chin up bar. I had a little thing of that on my Instagram, and she'll just hang on the chin up bars, which is better than her dad can do. Um, but soon, as soon as we can, I'll put her in like soccer or AFL or some ball sport for just for hand eye coordination, foot eye coordination. I'll put her in that basketball, whatever. I'll put her in any of those sports reasonably soon. Um, and yeah, I'll put her up in any of those sports. So yeah, she'll play all of those sports. She'll do. I don't know what it's called in like the US or in other countries, but she'll do nippers for sure, which is like the surf life saving stuff. Like they paddle boards, they swim, they like run on the soft sand. It's pretty hardcore, like the Iron Man type of stuff. And she'll start that in the next couple of years for sure. Just because we live near the ocean, so you gotta know what how not to kill yourself in the ocean because real dangerous, man. Easy to get caught in a rip, easy to get pushed under in the ocean. It's pretty bad. Um, yeah, and she's already started. Like we'll put her on the surfboard sometimes, and I push her when there's little waves and that. I push her onto with a board. So yeah, she'll do a lot of that kind of stuff. Nicholas Bright says, I meant soccer parent as an umbrella term for all sports. True that. Matthew Leslie says Shevchenko by manslaughter betting on Murphy's equal to throwing money in the toilet. Um, does Murphy get finished? She's tough. I think tough is going to get her hurt. That's my opinion. Christian Lorenz says the Rue and Dingo are patiently waiting for Voco Fab. All right. Matthew Leslie says 100% Diaz versus Lawler is a crapshoot. Diaz out 6 years, and Lawler has looked a shadow of himself. Yeah, very hard one to pick that one, man. Marshall Smarter says, but instead of throwing into the toilet, I will throw the money into the noodle fund. Thank you so much, Marshall Smartest. You're the man. You're a champion. DSC says, how's it going? Good, sir. How are you? Gary the Goat says, having bad refs in soccer is one thing, but having a bad ref in MMA can literally cost you time off your life. Oh, absolutely, man. Absolutely. Um, I I also think though, like I'm just what I'm my point that I'm saying to you is try it and you'll see how hard refing is, you know. Christian Loren says the ref gave a bogus decision for Campbell Hatton earlier today. One of the worst robberies I've seen. I haven't seen it. The outcast says, "Who's paying your ref?" Literally nobody, mate. I'm just getting volunteer hours. Yeah, that's the one that kills me, man. At the kids' games. Oh my god, rugby league is really bad for really, really, really bad. Yeah, who's paying? How much are they paying your ref? And sometimes in the games that I've gone and watched, like they go, "Who's paying your ref?" And I'm thinking, look at the other team. They can't even afford the same uniforms. No one's paying them, mate. No one's paying anyone. Uh, Marshall Smarter says, you better rustle up an appetite and skip Australia Town. Come tuna fishing and have lobster after we can drill for ADCC. What do you say? I'm down for the tuna. I'm down for the lobster, right? But I can't drill for ADCC, mate. My body is shot. Shot. I can cheer from the sidelines, but I can't drill anymore at all, man. Like I can't. Um, at the cost of my legs, I cannot. But I can be a dummy. I'll just be laying there, and you can just snap leg locks on me. But no, my knees are real bad. I just do my rower as much as I can, and try and do as much weights and that, and but nothing crazy with the weights, but do as much rowing as I can to just not get too fat. And I do some stuff, but yeah, Thomas Boyle says, "What do you think about City Kickboxing potentially moving to the US? They might get more work, but could lose the gym culture drive they have." No idea, mate. They will do what's best for them, I suppose. Like that's the thing. Le Rob says, "As a basketball ref myself, I'm surprised at how frequently the players reply to refs. Sorry, I just replied to refs compared to fighters. You think it's the other way around?" But with fighting, the pace of the actual fight and what's happening is there isn't really the avenue for you to have that conversation with the ref because basketball stop start, so you get that opportunity to talk to the ref. Um, man, Nova Scotia though, for sure, I will be there at some point for sure. I'm telling you. DJ Vohm says, if any of you haven't watched the show Kingdom, it's good. 3 seasons based around an MMA gym. Oh, there you go. Um, Matthew Leslie says, lots of people think Murphy will go the distance. But you have to look at who she's fought. No one close to Shevchenko's level. I think Murphy gets finished. I agree. Um, I don't know what happened with the Megan O'Leary, Marshall Smartest. I don't know. Chris K says, at Fab, have you seen Mr. In Between? I just started. It's interesting. I haven't. Matthew Leslie says under sixes corruption. Honestly, man, I watch it sometimes. I think, Jesus, what's wrong with you? Gary the Goat says 100% agreed. Was a ref as a kid would just be scary to be a young fighter in regional scenes with lesser quality refs. Dude, like that's why one of the things, Gary, you bring up a great point is like when I was coaching and that, and I'm still kind of helping a few people out here and there. But one of the big things I say as a coach, me to people, or just when I'm helping people out or whatever, is you have to make sure that your fighter, especially in the regional shows and that your fighter is good, that your fighter is good to go because the mismatches can be huge in regional shows, huge, man. And there's no one there is going to be able to properly look after your guys. So you got to make sure that the mismatch is, you know what I mean? Yeah. So very good point, Gary. Um, Marshall Smarter says, "There he is. Tell me what to do. Ha ha ha. I have ukes and I have ukes." Thank you very much, sir. I really appreciate it. Nicholas Nicholas Bright says, "Man, that's not a flattering start for Calvillo. 3-1-1 in the last 5 fights." Um, TJ says, "I'll do anything for money. Thank you, sir." DSC says, "Fab, does your bad knees impact how long you can walk for?" Um, I I went for a long walk today. There are some walks that it will affect me. Yeah, for sure, for sure. You know, but the walking not so much because I'll do the yoga, do strength for my thing, and that's all right. It's when I have to bend and pivot, anything like that, and I can't bend my knees in. That's when the problems start. Christian Lorenz says, Marshall Smartest, you are legendary. Oh, he is legendary. He is. Matthew Leslie, Andrade versus Calvillo, about to start. Going with Andrade by TKO decision. I'm going with Andrade. Marshall Smartest says, speaking of dogs, Christian, I'm getting a German Shepherd in November. Good, man. German Shepherds are beautiful. I have a Cane Corso, and German Shepherds are one of the dogs that we were thinking of getting. Good for you, man. Hyper Gaming says, Volk for the win. Uh, Casper says, Coach me, Fab. Where are you, my friend? Christian Lorenz says, dye his coat maple red. TJ says, people type anything when they have your phone. And Roy says, come on, Andrade, LFG. I think Andrade wins this one. I do think. Um, Marshall Smarter says, send pics or else. Andrade's a little powerhouse, though. It's going to be an interesting fight. And we're about to start, people. We're about to kick off. Matthew Leslie says Corso is a great dog. Mate, he's a fantastic, fantastic, fantastic dog. Jessica Andrade, first woman with 20 UFC fights. We are off, people. They touch gloves. Andrade looks like a young Mike Zambides. Calvillo in the southpaw stance. And Andrade in the orthodox stance. Switching stances is Calvillo, trying to catch an angle, but Andrade's doing a good job of holding the center of the octagon and making Calvillo skirt the peripheries of the octagon. Oh, nice little leg kick by Andrade. Nice leg kick landed there. And it was funny then because she got herself within to good punching range there, which Calvillo's got to be careful of because Andrade has quite a bit of power in his shots. Oh! Big shots landed by Andrade. Marshall Smarter says Andrade looks like she just kicked the crap out of Willy Wonka and took over the chocolate factory. Andrade's landing some shots. She hit her with a nice little left hook. Nice 1-2 down the middle by Calvillo. But Calvillo doesn't have the power in the shots that Andrade's having here, man. When Andrade gets in there, Andrade's hitting pretty hard. She really does look like a young Zambides. She really does, the way she strikes in that. I mean this with as a compliment to both people. And she's starting to really corral Calvillo towards the peripheries of the octagon. Oh, big right hand lands by Andrade. And another left hook lands by Andrade. Calvillo looking to go to the body. Nice inside kick by Andrade. Calvillo's sitting on the end of that jab. She's having some success with it, but the counters from Andrade. Too much power. 2:28 to go in this first round. Nice left hook lands by Andrade. Calvillo has to get her respect somehow. She has to land some shots here, but she's landing him getting on her bike, and Andrade's just bullying her around the octagon, landing the leg kicks and working in a counter with the left hooks and the right hands. She's landed some big shots on Calvillo. Calvillo showing off a good chin. Big, strong combinations being thrown by Andrade. Andrade's throwing those combinations with serious power. Oh, again with a little front kick up the middle, but you'd be better off. Calvillo would be better off throwing that front kick from a southpaw stance with that orthodox to southpaw stance, leaving you open for that front kick. It's harder to land that orthodox to orthodox, and since she switches anyways, she'd be better off throwing that front kick from the southpaw stance. 1 minute to go. Nice leg kick by Andrade. Oh, oh, nice little left hook lands by Andrade. Andrade with a little flurry with 41 seconds to go in this round. Jab to the body once again by Calvillo. Calvillo looking to jab the body. She's got to be careful with those counter left hooks that might be coming, or an uppercut from. Oh, hits her with the little right hand, does Andrade. Andrade once again hit her with about three little right hands, but saving grace for Calvillo is that she's been moving away, but she got hit with a flurry there. She's getting hit quite a bit there by Andrade. Left hooks, right hands, and uppercuts. She's covering up, and now Andrade's starting to land almost at will. There's 7 seconds to go. Yeah, that's it. That's the fight. That was the fight, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Chris K says, thank you very much, Chris K. Before anything, the day you start promoting Modelo every 5 minutes, I'm going to unsubscribe. Until then, I'll choose you over the UFC commentary team. Thank you very much, sir. I actually don't drink myself. So, off my own say so, I won't be promoting Modelo. But Marshall Smarter says, if Fab gets a 7-figure contract, I can understand the seller as justified. I will listen to the Modelo ads. I appreciate that. But I am going to say, it wouldn't take a 7-figure contract. Um, I would take much less to do it, but I don't want to lose you, Chris K, as a subscriber. So don't you go anywhere, mate. You keep being you because that's what's really cool. Um, Kane says, don't forget Andrade got destroyed by Valentina just her last fight, even in her own game. But Valentina's not on the same planet as Calvillo. Like she's not even. Um, Alka says she's beating that girl like she stole her acai bowl. Um, and Marshall Smartest is absolutely shocked that no acai bowl was stolen. Um, Nick, yeah, that was. See, here's an example, right? In that fight, I think that stoppage was absolutely justified. Like, but then you look at the Mirab fight, and you couldn't have stopped the Mirab because when you look at the whole fight, there, she wasn't. She was getting bullied through that round the whole time, and she wasn't really fighting back in that at the end of that first. So yeah, that's the thing. Marshall Smarter says, "What the hell is Danny DeVito doing with his radio silence psychological warfare strategy?" I don't know, man. I'll put the offer out there. I'm willing to fight him in the next whatever. What is it called? Triller card? One of those cards. I'm willing to fight him in one of those. I prefer MMA rules. If not K1 rules is fine. Um, I want to be able to keep him away from me. And if he weighs 185 on the day, I'm willing to give away a few pounds. Chris K says Calvillo gave up. No disrespect, she wasn't going to win that way, but still. Um, Again, man, I honestly I don't like to say people gave up or thing. I don't like that, man. It's not. Um, I do think that Andrade was many levels above her, many levels above her. I don't think, especially with women's divisions, man, it's very very different, man. Like the women's MMA doesn't have the depth. You know what I mean? So you have people that, and I'm not saying anyone in particular. I'm just saying you have people that are not. You have 1 to 3 to 4 good, really good girls that can fight, and then the drop off from there is fucking huge, huge. Um, DSC says, "Will TRT be used?" I'd prefer for both of us to go in there clean. That'd be me. That's me though. I'll be back in a second. Okay. Danny DeVito spamming double legs, says DSC. Yeah, I got to try and stop that. And I do see him coming up with the left hooks from there and the uppercuts. But I think I can get it done. I think I'll get it done. Matthew Leslie says, "Hell yeah, Andrade! I'm 3-5 on the multi now. Just need Shevchenko and Volk now. Easy win for Andrade as predicted." Marshall Smarter says, "I think he might go Triller with Marks of Queensbury rules. 185 might be pushing him into an unhealthy cut, but perhaps offering him 3 inches of shin bone if he wins would sweeten his little purse." Um, yeah, I think that's a good parlay, I think. You know what I mean? The shin bones and the weight cut and all of that. Yeah, I like it. I like it. I'm doing it. DSC says, "Isn't Danny DeVito like 70 something?" Yeah. What's the point? The Outcast says, "At Marshall Smartest, I would rather see them fight in a WWE style table, ladders, chairs match. The problem is I don't like him having those X factor things that he could use to beat me, like a chair, for example, any sharp objects. I want to keep it mano a mano." Esteban says, "Laugh out loud. It's Marshall Smartest." Esteban says, "Handcuffed behind their backs with hobnail boots on their feet." Now that there's a fight, ladies and gentlemen. Marshall Smarter says, "I would watch that WWE match. I think the WWE would be surprised how many people would tune in. Honestly, people would tune in. People 1000% would tune in, and this podcast would finally take off, sir." Um, Gary the Goat says, "This heavyweight fight is a nice touch to the card." Man, this heavyweight fight's going to be a cracker, and I see it being not. I see it not going the distance. To be honest with you, not that that doesn't. I'm not a clairvoyant or anything. It's just I don't see it going. DSE says it's that cult following, and Marshall Smarter says Twitter pressure, guys. Let's go. Lauren Murphy's walking in now. I don't see Lauren Murphy being able to beat Shevchenko. Nick Diaz walking around surly as always. A real big fan of the Diaz brothers. Huge fan, man. Really, really like watching these boys fight. It says MMA record 26-9, Brazilian Jiu Jitsu black belt. Like that's his only accomplishment. Um, Grumio says, "Does Davida have a reach advantage on you?" No, I've actually got particularly long arms. That's my thing. I think that I'll be able to exploit on him. I would look if I was going to fight him. I'd look to hit the body as much as I possibly can, front kicks to the body as much as I possibly can, oblique kicks, and then late in one of the rounds go for a double leg, and then I'll go for a das. Just use those long arms that I have. That's me. That's what I would go for. And honestly, I really like Danny DeVito as an actor. Matthew Leslie says Curtis Blaydes' next fight, but I find it hard to trust him. He ducks into punches when shooting the double leg. Uh, Biggie Boy's kickboxing sensation. Blaydes better keep his head off the center line. I see the problem for. I see Blaydes winning this fight. To be honest with you, I see him being longer and stronger and more athletic than Jairzinho, and I see him being able to get the fight to the ground. Rozenstruik doesn't move his feet that much or that well in MMA. I do see Blaydes being able to get him down and creating a lot of problems for him. DJ Bohm says, "What do you think of Diaz not wanting to cut weight?" Well, I think that's one of the X factors in this fight is because you don't know what it was. You don't know if it's gamesmanship on his part. Like he knows that he's Nick Diaz and that Robbie Lawler wants/needs the fight, and he's going to fight at 185 at whatever. So if he knew he wasn't going to make 185, if he knew he wasn't going to make 170 the whole time, and he never planned to, then he's going to have a huge size advantage. If he's not, if he's not, if he's not going to make the weight because he can't, because he wasn't in shape or whatever, that's different. That's going to affect him, massively. So I don't know. Um, Nicholas says, "Does the fight outcome change if he reprises the role as the Penguin?" I'm not fighting him as the Penguin. That's fucking way too scary, dude. Come on. Nicholas Bright says, "Rozenstruik going to backpedal for 40 minutes and then KO Blaydes, isn't he?" I think Blaydes is going to get him down, dude. Blaydes is a very good wrestler, man. Very, very good wrestler. Marshall Smarter says, "Would you consider legalizing headbutts so DeVito can feel more at home?" No, no, no. Because in my guard, like if I end up on my back, one, I don't have a very good guard to begin with. But if I end up on my back and it'll be hard to catch like any of his arms, and he's got short arms. He's probably going to land a lot of pretty brutal ground and pound on me from that position. If I end up having a close guard or he gets side mount or side control, any of those positions, where he's going to be able to land elbows and possibly headbutts if we legalize them. So I'm going to go with no headbutts. I don't want the headbutts. I wouldn't mind the headbutts standing, like in Lethway rules. So that would give me the advantage. I want all the advantages for me. Christian Lorenz says, "Fab, if Blade does get KO'd, do you expect a break from him? He has been on the end of some bad KOs." I don't know. I don't know. DSC says, "I like Blades and his wrestling style. It's fun to watch." Yeah, I think so too. And I think he will get Rozenstruik down. I do think that. Marshall Smarter says, "Hobnail boots as the Penguin and WWE would pick that up." Let's do it, man. Let's do it. The Outcast says, "The winner of this fight should fight Tuivasa if he doesn't have anything lined up." That would be an interesting fight, dude. That would be a very interesting fight. Royce says, "Blade's stand up looked much improved in his last fight. I think he could do what Garni did against Rozenstruik, but Blade seems to find a way to lose fights." Man, I think it's probably Blade's cops a lot of shit, but I think he's won a lot of really good fights too, man. Um, yeah, he's a hell of a fighter, dude. He's won a lot of good fights. Um, so no, I don't necessarily subscribe to that school of thought. He's beaten some good guys. He lost to Derek Lewis, who just lost to Gane. Alexander Volkov, Junior Dos Santos, Abdur Shamil, Justin Willis. He beat all of those guys. Lost to Francis Ngannou. Then he beat Alistair Overeem, Mark Hunt, Olenek, Daniel Melninsuk. I can't say his name properly. So yeah, like he's won a lot of fights, dude. He's won most of his fights. I don't agree with that school of thought at all. That he's not. He just lost against Lewis, dude. recently. And so I don't. I mean, Rozenstruik can beat him. Rozenstruik's a hell of a striker, but I don't. I don't think that he will. Marshall Smarter says, I hope someone somewhere tells Danny DeVito that a corner of the internet where free men still speak their minds is lining up his demise. Maybe, man. Maybe the rumblings have started, man. The rumblings, the start of a revolution. Thank you so much, Marshall Smartest, for your support, my friend. How's everything going, man? How's your training and everything going? Matthew Leslie says Blaydes round three ain't bad at $8 as he's going to wrestle the hell out of Biggie Boy and he's going to be exhausted by round three if he can't get Blaydes out of there. I I think if Blaydes gets a takedown early, that'll be the fight. I think. DSC says I reckon it'd be hard to submit the veto. That thick neck is definitely an asset. Thick neck, short arms, very very hard to submit him from your back. So I don't want headbutts in there. Has Rozenstruik and Lewis not been made because they're worried about a repeat of Lewis versus Ngannou? Been wanting that fight for years. I don't know what hasn't been made. Blaydes, man, I always like watching Blaydes fight. He's a big boy too, man. I've seen Curtis Blaydes in real life, and he's a fucking big man. Like I watched him. He was I don't know now if he's still like thing, but he was cutting weight or just having to keep his weight down, and he didn't look happy. He was just walking around in Vegas, not happy. Just he wasn't doing anything bad. He was just walking around being a huge man. You know what I mean? Like, and I was just like, man, I saw he was wearing flip flops to people in the US, um, thongs to us in the civilized world, and I could see them screaming, losing the battle against his weight. Just yeah, it's just a huge, huge man. Marshall Smarter says, I'm jacked right now, 100 kilos. This month will be a lot of conditioning. I started playing some judo for kicks and I'm psyched to compete. Nice, man. Nice. Beautiful. Pip Dennison is laughing at us. DSC says, favorite fighter to watch. Peter Yan. Right now it's Peter Yan, I'd say. I really like that his application of his boxing and the way that he applies it. I really, really like it. If you're asking me like that, boom, right off the bat, you said it. My head came into my head was Peter Yan. Matthew Leslie says Jairzinho is just too slow and no footwork and only throws single punches. He'll need amazing timing to win this with one shot. I'm going Blaydes round three or decision. Nathan Gonzalez says thought on the lockdowns, travel restrictions happening in New Zealand. I don't know enough about it, man. To be honest with you, I don't know about it. I enough about it to give my 2 cents. I know that we are under a lot of restrictions, very similar to New Zealand, um, and I for one don't want the spread of COVID. As far as me, this is my opinion. I don't want my parents to get it. I don't think it's just whether or not I'm going to fight it off. I don't know exactly what the restrictions are with what happened in as far as the New Zealand guys. I don't know also the ins and outs of that particular situation to be able to give my 2 cents in. Nicholas Astray says Ngannou slow mo with Fleetwood playing in the background is amazing. BSC says they're rioting in Australia. No, there is not. We're off, people. There have been some protests, but not like rioting. No, we're off, people. Both guys in the orthodox stance. Oh, Blaydes with a little left hook. Jairzinho hits him with a good little combination. Blaydes takes it on the gloves. He does not want to play this game too much with Rozenstruik, but he needs Rozenstruik to engage with the striking so that he can start looking for that double leg. That's the other thing people don't understand. Like that, you have to engage the strikers. You can't just dive in for a double leg. They're waiting for you to do that. Dangerous game to be playing though. You see Rozenstruik striking so much smoother. Fainting with those fainting for that level change is Curtis Blaydes. Then he doubles up on a jab. He's gone to southpaw stance. They exchange a pair of jabs. Rozenstruik looks much more fluid on his feet. Hits a double leg, does Blaydes, pushes him up against the cage, looks for the outside sweep, and there it is, ladies and gentlemen. I believe that this is going to be the story of the fight if it makes it out of this round. because Rozenstruik does not look like he's defending very well at all from this position. So Blaydes has the fast side underhook. It's going to make it very, very hard for Rozenstruik to get up. Rozenstruik does have the bicep control, but he's not really moving his hips at all, which is something you see straight away with people when they either know how to grapple or they don't. And there's no movement in his hips whatsoever. And Blaydes is going to land, I would say, about 35 million elbows from this position at some point. But just having a guy the size of Blaydes on you like that, and now he's pinned you up against the cage, so it's even harder for you to move your hips. And he's landed some knees there. Rozenstruik's doing a good job of minimizing some of that damage, but that isometric contraction with you on your back like this, and a guy the size of Blaydes landing shots on you is extremely tiring. Blaydes using his shin to on the neck of Jairzinho to get free. Now he's starting to land some good ground and pound from this position. Blaydes, this is Blaydes' game here. This ride like this is his game. This is what he loves to do more so than even having the guy flat on his back, I think. Because this is what Blaydes loves. That folk style wrestling gets him into this position, which one, he's more conditioned to do than the other guy. He's having done it, since he was a kid. So that's the number one thing. You're playing his game. But number two is you're carrying his weight and he's landing the shots on you. And that's even more tiring. But anytime you get into the wrestle scramble like this kind of situation, it's to Rozenstruik demise and to Blaydes' advantage. I He's back to his feet though, so that's always going to be have benefited Rozenstruik. But already Rozenstruik looks a little bit more laborious with his strikes after having, had to carry Blaydes for the amount of time that he did. Ooh, swings with the left punch does Blaydes. Both guys swing. I don't think this fight's going to go the distance at all. I think it's going to be finished in this next round if it makes it out of this round. Curtis Blaydes switches back to southpaw, goes back to orthodox, and staying on the end of the jab. Now goes looking for another kick, another low kick, and throwing the hook. But on the feet, he may land a big shot, but on the feet, doesn't look good for Blaydes. He looks much more improved, but he still looks rather cumbersome in comparison. Even Rozenstruik, even he's smoother with his striking, and his timing's better. Rozenstruik's oh! Blaydes throws that low kick. Rozenstruik catches it, throws a little combination at it, but Blaydes gets out of the way. Blaydes once again sitting there throwing the jabs. 32 seconds to go in this round. Leaps in with a little jab. The counters on Rozenstruik are pretty good, man. They're still good. He's not fatigued enough for, I believe, Blaydes to really risk losing this fight. 10 seconds to go in this round. Oh! Rozenstruik leaps in with a nice little left hook, partially connects on Blaydes. Man, Rozenstruik is much more fluid with his stand up and the change of pace and distance that he's able to do in the stand up versus Blaydes. Okay, sorry guys if I miss you. DSC says get Tom Cruise to weigh in as an alternative. Now, Tom Cruise, one, is too young. Two is ex wrestler, so I don't want that. I don't want that situation for me. It's not a good matchup. I want fights where I can 100% win. Morgan Freeman, another one. That's another fight I'd take. I think Blaydes has to get these fights to the ground. Otherwise, standing up, it's not. I don't think it benefits him at all. We're about to kick off again. Marshall Smartest. How about Anthony Hopkins? There's a good fight. As long as he doesn't do anything creepy like in Silence of the Lambs, I'll fight him. We're off again, guys. Jairzinho holding the center of the octagon. Blaydes doing a good job. Oh, gets hit with a counter left hook. Does Blaydes again with a left hook from Jairzinho. You don't want to take the shots from him. He needs to get this fight to the ground again. Nice little jab lands by Blaydes. Blaydes switches to the southpaw stance. Nice work by both guys, but Jairzinho standing up, man, he's doing what he's meant to be doing. Um it's hard to see it necessarily because Blaydes is still very active with in his stand up. But Jairzinho, man, as long as the fight stays standing, it's all good for him. He's very reactive to Blaydes, though. He's very, very reactive to everything that Blaydes does. And that's, I think, coming from the fact that Jairzinho doesn't generally move his feet as much as he could. If you're Blaydes, you want this fight on the ground, man. But you can see, like, he does the level changes in that, and he's having problems getting inside and being able to take Jairzinho down. So that's why I was saying it's hard to see what he's doing, but Jairzinho's doing a good job of keeping this where he wants to fight. Blaydes lands a nice low kick. Oh, soon as Blaydes starts to really try and trade with Jairzinho tags him. Just tag him there with a little check hook. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, it wasn't home. And it eats a little right hand on the break. Jairzinho he wants that counter left hook all day. Throws a nice jab up the middle. Nice little kind of shovel uppercut from Jairzinho there. See, this is the problem here, right? I see that Blaydes won the first round quite clearly. This second round, I don't know who they're going to give this second round to. I think I would tend to think, just from what I can see, that Jairzinho's landing the better shots. That's just me, but they're not really landing flush either. But he's the one that's kind of landed them on the counter a little bit better. He's the one landing the shots, in my opinion. So then you have the question of, is it a round apiece? It could very easily be a round apiece. It could be 2 rounds to Blaydes. I don't know. It just depends how the judges are seeing it. And this is why I'm saying this is because this is where it goes off. People say it's a robbery or this or that, the other. But you have rounds like this, depending on what happens. Still a minute to go, minute and 30 seconds to go, but anything can happen. Oh, knee up the middle by Rozenstruik. Nice work. Then he hit him with a right left at the end of it. Blaydes hits him with a double leg and gets him down. There's a minute and 18 seconds to go. Shit, what a knee up the middle. Blaydes looking to land some ground and pound. Looking to pass. He passes to half guard. He's got 56 seconds to work. There's plenty of time to work here as well. He's got there's no underhook. Oh, now there's an underhook, but no, there's no underhook from Rozenstruik to get up from the half guard position. Doesn't look like he's very versed in what to do necessarily from that position. So Blaydes is going to be able to hold him here for the end of this round and land a lot of ground and pound. And up until that point, I had the round split. But if Blaydes lands some decent ground and pound here, I think he's going to. This is Blaydes' round as well, because those knees and some of those shots that Rozenstruik landed, I had him probably winning the round up until this point. But the difference on the ground is so vast that I don't understand why Blaydes is even playing the game on the standing up. I don't understand why he's not pushing for this fight to go to the ground more so. Because he's doing okay on the feet, but you can see he's been tagged up pretty bad, you know. And I don't understand why. And I said I don't understand. I'm not criticizing him. I don't know. There might be a reason why that's the case, but the difference on the ground is vast. Um, Marshall Smartest says we should get someone at Triller to put on an even more ridiculous fight than they have so far. Anthony Hopkins versus Coach Fab. That's a fight, dude. Royce says at least Blaydes isn't forcing the takedown, but he needs to do more to secure this round. Um, Marshall Smarter says this half guard game hurts to watch. It's pretty bad. The outcast says just had to get kneed the fuck out of it as much motivation. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. No, Mel Gibson's too big, too young. Somebody wrote there, would I consider fighting Mel Gibson? No. I only want to fight people that I know 100% for sure I can beat. Mel will give me a run, man. I don't really want that. We're off. People were off in this third round. I don't know what's happened. Oh. Maybe Blade's afraid of getting caught in the entry. Yeah, I'm sure he is. Like most people are, but um, you have to still like do it because you're going to get caught in that mid ground. For sure. Um, Kuz says, "Can you score that for Curtis with that inactivity on the ground?" I don't know. I don't know how the judges gave that. You know what I mean? That's why I'm saying to you, it's a tough one. It could be around a piece. It could well be around a piece. I don't know how the judges score it because the shots that Rozenstruik has landed, especially in that, like they've landed, they've hurt Blaydes. You can see that they've hurt him. Yeah, but Nicholas Bright, it wasn't just the knee. Like he got him with a few hooks as well. Did Rozenstruik? I'm sure the knee didn't help the swelling in the face, but he got him he's got him with quite a few counters. You watch that left hook counter from Rozenstruik. It's been catching Blaydes a fair bit. It just depends how the refs see it. Marshall Smarter says no. The eye was from a left hook. I think. Yeah, I agree with you. He's been catching that left hook. He's been catching Blaydes all night. I would say honestly that Blaydes needs this takedown to secure the fight because otherwise I don't know who's gonna like. I don't know how they scored that second round. It could have gone either way. The way they scored it. Nice inside kick by Blaydes. Nice double leg blast double by Blaydes. Rozenstruik with an amazing guard butterfly hooks defense, almost rolls Blaydes off him. Now this guard, see here, is not really doing anything because once the guard's open, if Blaydes, if your guard is open like that in MMA, you got to get your foot on the hips and kick off. You got to use that. Otherwise, the dude's gonna just start to posture up and land shots on you. That's what he needs to do. That's what Rozenstruik needs to do is kick him off him, get some space. But Blaydes is not going to let him up, I don't think, because this is the path for Blaydes to win. Blaydes going to start to pass, and now he sits back in the guard, and now he's gone to half guard again. This is the problem here, man. Like someone was saying, look, that left leg of Rozenstruik's, you'd want to see it across the body of Blaydes as a shield, and you start to use your arm, get that underhook in, so you can start to move some of that, move in some of that space and create some space too. But that's not happening with Rozenstruik. So that the lack of him using that left leg as a shield means that Blaydes can just lay all his body weight on top of him, and that makes it very, very difficult. Yeah, so it's very, very difficult. If you open up your guard in anything, in MMA, whatever, but if you open up your guard, you have to be attempting something, you know what I mean? Like you can't just open your guard and not do anything because that means you don't have a guard. It's the equivalent of you holding your hands up like this in boxing. You may as well not have had them up. Blaydes, he's sitting in that half guard. I don't think Blaydes cares too much if he passes this or not. Like, I don't think he's going massively for the finish. He just wants to hold Rozenstruik down. And what happens is the half guard, like I've said many, many times, becomes a Turk ride in wrestling, which is the same move, which is effectively a pin. So he's just right now, it's the easiest thing in the world for Blaydes to pin Rozenstruik, because Rozenstruik's not really working to get out from there anyways. I don't think he's very familiar with what to do from the half guard position, and you're not going to get Blaydes off you without using some amount of technique. So this is going to be a win for Blaydes. The outcast says Blaydes should at least try a million hammer fists from half guard. It was very effective for Merab in that other fight, for sure. I'm gonna when this fight finishes, well, I'm gonna fix the blinds because the sun's gone over the hill, and it's gonna start hitting me in the face. And 15 seconds to go, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is the fight. 7 done, done. Nicholas Bright says 30-27 Blaydes or 29-28 at the very least, I reckon. He's 100% won two of the rounds, I imagine. Um, and Rozenstruik may have won the second, but even that one was a pretty close one. I'll be back in 1 sec. Hello, people. I am back. Um, yeah, I saw that very very clear. I would be very disappointed in the referee. See, to me, that would be a real bad decision if you had given that to Blaydes. I don't see any way that you can give that to Blaydes. I mean, to fucking Rozenstruik. I'm sorry. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have one of the most anticipated fights of the night, and that is Nick Diaz versus Robbie Lawler. What a fight! There's Mel Gibson. Now, Mel Gibson's way too in shape. Way too in shape for me to fight him. Um, so yeah, no, I can't do that. No way. Nicholas Troy says, follow the NRL at all, Fab. Not really. Not a great deal. Not really. Not. I did when I was a kid, but not really. I'll be back in 1 sec. Marshall Smarter says no one even sits beside Coleman. Nah, man, that dude, definition tough guy. Marshall Smarter says Volker can star as a bad Russian in any Tom Cruise movie. Get the real money, bro. The outcast says Andre Ward said the Diaz brothers were just as good at boxing as many pro boxers. This may have been from years ago, but still can't be bad if it stays on the feet. Diaz brothers are very good boxing, man. They've got very, very good boxing. Always have. Always have. Nicholas Bright says, no, Cruz won't want anyone taller than him. We probably won't have any third graders in there either, then, Nicholas. I'm really looking forward to it. One sec. Can I have the rest of that, please? Yeah, no. The Diaz brothers boxing has always been very, very good. Um, and they've boxed for years. Like, and the difference for them is they boxed in a gym of pro boxers, pro and amateur boxers with a lot of good boxers there. It's very different when you like if you do jujitsu with jujitsu guys, it's massive difference to doing jujitsu with like MMA guys. You wrestle with wrestlers, it's a big difference. You do boxing at a boxing gym, it's a big difference. Big, big difference. And he's very good jujitsu guy and very good boxing guy. Lawler was a monster, man. Like a terrifying guy. Like, yeah, he was someone that it was going to be a hard fight for you, no matter who no matter who you were. I don't know who Donnie Yen is, Marshall Smartest. I don't know who he is. Honestly, that fight with Nick Diaz and Anderson Silva, I was super impressed. The other thing I was impressed with was Askren's chin against Lawler. That was crazy, man. Uh, Nicholas Trey says Marvin Vittori complained about the commentating tonight. Felder replied, "Sorry for using too many big words." What did he complain about? What did he say? What was his complaint about it? Man, people are going to complain about whatever, man. So I don't know. What was his complaint? If he played Ip Man, there's no way I'm going to fight him. Nicholas Bright says he's one of those actors that actually know MMA and uses it in his movies. No, then why would I fight him? Lord says, how impressed were you with Hangman's wrestling? I mean, I'm impressed with it, but I knew he could wrestle. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I had no doubt that he could wrestle. I've watched him for years. I've watched Dan Hooker, like in the local shows and that. Matthew Leslie says Diaz equals cardio for days. Nick and Nate. Nick 6 years away worries me, but hopefully comes out pushing a pace. He should be fresh at least. I have no idea. You know what I mean? You have no real like clue as to how he's gonna look. You know, unless you were there training with him. But even then, you don't know how he's going to look after 6 years off. You know, so I don't know. I don't know. That one is a big enigma. You know, just a sec. Always liked Robbie Lawler. I read his AMA on Reddit. It was cool, man. He's such a cool dude. Roy sees, what about Liam Neeson? No way. No way. Kuz says, I talk so much game for Askren only for the Masvidal need to make me look like a fool. Lesson learned. No, you shouldn't. You shouldn't feel bad, man, because uh, Askren's a hell of a fighter, dude. It's just his style of the way he fights, and I think by the time he got into the UFC, he'd already had a lot of wear and tear on him. Matthew Leslie says 100% Fab. This could go either way. Nicholas Bright says it happens. Laugh out loud. Talked Aldo up before the McGregor fight, but again, with due cause, like Aldo's a monster, dude. Aldo was a tremendous fighter. Is a tremendous fighter still today. Till today, um, like if you can't see that he's one of the best ever, like I don't know, then you must not watch MMA. So you're right to talk him up. Um, no good snacks, so I'm just out here eating a PBJ. I don't know what that is, and a glass of milk like a don. Matthew Leslie says Lawler was a killer in his day. Took heads home with him. Was a soul snatcher. Scary man, dude. Like a terrifying, terrifying man. I think Diaz is going to get this done, though, in my opinion. But who knows? Nicholas Astroy says they are Twitter beefing. Who's Twitter beefing? Marshall Smarter says Robbie's footwork doesn't look that good, even though he's trying the Muhammad Ali shuffle. I don't know. He's going to need footwork here because he don't want to get pressed against the cage. One of the things that has let him down is his when people can pressure him. And I see Diaz, that's Diaz's game. So unless Robbie Lawler can land some, lot of leg kicks and try and slow Diaz down, hit him to the body, try and take away some of that cardio that Diaz is famous for. I don't know. I don't know that he's going to be able to keep Diaz off him for 5 rounds. I just don't. Peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I see. No, that's good. That's nice. And one thing if you're in the US, it's it's the same thing as peanut butter and jam. We don't call it jelly. Marshall Smarter says someone check Nick's pants for nunchucks. He's coming out, man. Here he is. Nick Diaz, big fan of Nick Diaz, big fan of Robbie Lawler. I like them both a lot. I have to favor Nick though. In just it's been hard for Lawler to keep people from pressing him up against the cage. He's a serious cat, is Diaz. Oh, Nicholas Bright says jam and jelly are completely different though. Oh, okay. All right. See, I don't know this. What's the jelly like? Is it actual jelly? Um, Marshall Smarter says Nick looks so chill. 6 years off, looks so chill. Um, yeah, he definitely does, but that's him. Ren Witchell says, how about fighting Gandhi? Nicholas Bright says jam is made from smashed fruit. Is it like a marmalade? I don't know. I'm not very familiar with this. Jelly is made from juice, says Nicholas Bright. I see. But when you're talking about when they eat the peanut butter and jelly, is it like jelly that you're eating, or is it a jam or something like that? Um, I'm pumped for this fight. Both these guys bring it though. 38 and 39. Diaz 38. 2-inch reach advantage for Diaz. The weight, the weight's going to be interesting. I want to see what they look like when they're both like fighting in there. Jam is a conserve as thick as. Marshall Smarter says looking for experts to clear up this jam jelly issue. Yeah, I want to know about it. I want to learn. I'm here to learn, people. I'm here to learn. Let's see. So Robbie Lawler's the favorite. Yeah, it's just interesting, dude. I just don't know what both these guys are going to look like coming into the fight. Robbie Lawler's just been announced. Diaz is being announced. Diaz looks pudgier than what he's generally looked. A fair bit pudgier than what he's usually looked. I better just put 7 grand on Nick Diaz. The payout 16,000 or something like that. Esteban says jam is fruit preserves and jelly is sugar gelatin. If I had to take a guess, Koos says this is a 5 rounder. Yes, sir, it is, and we are about to start, ladies and gentlemen. We're almost off. We're off. We're off, people. We're off. Nick Diaz went looking for a takedown. Lawler's hitting him with uppercuts and knees. Diaz looks like he's in all sorts of trouble already. Taking shots up against the cage is Diaz. I don't know if he's playing possum. Looking to get some space. Lawler's hitting him to the body and to the head. Oh, Diaz looks like he's in a lot of trouble early on. Swinging back, both guys in the southpaw stance. Leg kick from Lawler. Both guys exchanging. Lawler's swinging for the fences. Diaz looking way pudgier than I've ever seen him. Way, way more. Body shots by Lawler. That's what he needs to do. Big body shots on Diaz. Diaz doesn't look good, man. Diaz looks slow and he doesn't look good. I don't like to see fights like this, man. I already don't. He's game as they come, but he looks slow as well. It's settled down. Lawler's settled down a little bit. Lawler jumped on him straight away. Diaz with a nice left hand down the middle. Diaz switches to orthodox. Goes for a body kick. Diaz goes right, left, and goes looking for the body kick. Diaz looks tired, man. Diaz looks really, really tired. Hits Robbie Lawler with a nice right rip to the body. Lawler again with a leg kick. That's going to be very important for Lawler here. Oh, he steps back, throws the combinations, lands some on Nick Diaz. Nick Diaz is still showing off a good chin. Leg kick partially checked by Diaz. Nice work. Diaz likes to tie up and dirty box. Now, this is when Diaz starts to come forward like this. And the pressure is bad from Diaz. Oh, Diaz gets hit flush with the left hand off Lawler, and he just keeps coming. But Lawler's going to lose a lot of the power going into the second and third round. You know, I wonder if he can really hurt Diaz to the body and to the legs and take away some of that gas tank that Diaz is known for, has always been known for. Because Diaz not really loading up on the shots going in. Like he's just hitting Lawler as well now. Lawler has to chop that leg. Yeah, keep chopping that leg, Lawler. What a round! This round is. It's already been 3 minutes. It's only been 3 minutes, but it feels like they've been fighting for ages. The volume's so high from both guys, and the pitter patter punching of Nick Diaz. Then big left hand by Lawler lands. Oh, the rip to the body by Diaz. Diaz ripping the body, really ripping the body, and he's landing the shots and he's ripping Lawler's body. I'd like to see Lawler rip the body of Diaz as well. He has to hit the body. He has to try and slow Diaz down. He has to hit the body and hit the legs of Diaz. Because he's standing in the kind of in the pocket, taking the pitter pat punches of Diaz. But every now and then, Diaz sneaks in those body rips, and they hurt. I'd like to see Lawler rip the body. Yeah, rip the body, Lawler. Rip the body, Lawler. Hit. See, Lawler's holding him there, and he keeps hitting the head. But he needs to hit the body. He needs to hit the body of Diaz in those positions there. Nice little jab lands on Diaz. There we go. Jab to the body by Lawler lands. And Diaz looks significantly bigger as well than Lawler, like a lot bigger than Lawler. Another flush jab lands by Lawler. Both guys just beating the shit out of each other, really. Lawler covering up and rolling with the punches for the most part. I'd like to see Lawler land some more shots to the body as Diaz are kind of letting the fence hold him up and hitting Lawler on the counter. Little right hook lands by Lawler, and then Diaz with the counters landing. Wow. 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 I'd like to see more use of the body shots by Lawler. I think that would be a massive change in this fight, like a big X factor in this fight. Because I can't see Diaz being able to take the shots to the body as well. So many strikes were thrown in that fight. We're about to kick off again. I don't want either one of these guys to lose. I'm a fan of both of them. You know what I mean? When I'm watching this, I don't want them to lose. I don't want either one of them to lose. Front kick by Diaz. Lawler once again trying to put the pressure on Diaz, and it's smart because you don't want Diaz putting the pressure on you. Catches Diaz with a little right hook. Oh, there's the body rips from Lawler. Big shots. Big elbow over the top. Got to go back to the rips, Robbie. Go back to the body. But Diaz looking good too. I'll go for Diaz as well, man. Like, I'll go for both these guys. Diaz landing a lot of little shots there on Lawler. Lawler fighting back and pushing Diaz up against the cage. But Diaz is happy to go up against the cage. He's kind of leaning into the cage. Walking away from Robbie Lawler. Robbie following him, and Diaz hits him with a right rip to the body and a left hand. Lawler stalking Diaz. Diaz hits him again to the body. Again to the thing is, Diaz doing a lot of body work, man. He's doing a lot of body work in this fight. Left punch over the top. Nice jabs, nice little shots landing by Diaz. Lawler also fighting in the pocket. Oh, nice little jab by Lawler. Diaz getting off the cage. Walking away from Lawler. Dude, these guys are landing so many shots on each other. I don't even understand how they're going to fight 5 rounds, the way they're landing shots and the volume of shots that they're throwing. Either they're going to both fall off a cliff in the fourth round and they're going to get very sloppy and exhausted, or it's just not going to go the distance. Oh, Lawler landing the shots on Diaz as well, keeping the pressure going. mixing the shots up. I can't keep up with the commentating with how many shots they're just throwing and landing and not landing. Diaz walking away from Lawler, throwing the combinations. Lawler taking them on the forehead and on the arms. Again, another body rip by Diaz. Nice little left hand by Lawler. Another left hand by Lawler. Lawler takes it on the arms as Diaz. Diaz throws a good combination, a good little flurry, lands on the forehead of Lawler. Lawler's taking on the hands. Lawler with the left hand down the middle. 1-2 by Lawler. He needs those body rips, does Lawler. Lawler's walking him down. Oh, there's the body rip by Diaz again, and the left hook that lands on the chin of Lawler. Lawler takes it. Diaz attempts a knee up the middle. Lawler's having nothing to do with it. Lawler feints a left hand over the top. Diaz running away from Lawler now. Kind of with the side stance, hitting the combinations. Lawler continuing to move his head. Diaz very good at playing possum too, man. Very, very, very good. He can really fight, man. He was one of the best to ever do it, man. Lawler's landing some shots here on Diaz. Diaz trying to dirty box. He's very good in the clinches, Diaz, the way he punches in the clinch. Or rather did. Those rips to the body, I'm so glad that adjustment was made in between the first and second rounds for Lawler. Not that I'm going for Lawler. I like them both. Oh, just a sheer volume of punches that still come from Diaz. It's still very much a volume puncher. But the shots as well that he's landing, a lot of times are landing on the forehead of Lawler. They're not really landing. Whereas a lot of Lawler's shots are actually landing on the face of Diaz. Oh, oh, oh. He's landing some shots now. He's Lawler. There's 5 seconds to go. He's landed some shots there on Diaz. 2, 1, and Diaz out. There's things that when you're watching, man, as well, like the gamesmanship that Diaz has, they both have, both Lawler and Diaz have, but he knows like how much time they both know. They've been in there so much. They both know how much time those shots to the body from Lawler. Oh, that kick to the body by Lawler. Man, Lawler's landed some good shots to the body, and he has to do it. He has to really, really work Diaz's body. Um, but they know how much time is left in, which shots they can take, which shots they can't, and so they're able to fight even like they're not necessarily at the top of their potential. Wow. Okay, now we're going to see the third round about to start. That was a longer than usual break, almost a minute and a half. We're off, people. More of the same. Diaz opens up with more volume and a little bit more power. Lawler walking him down. Again, another kick by Lawler. Little right hand over the top. Oh, the rips to the body by Lawler. Oh my God. Really sat on that left hook to the liver. That would have hurt so much. Diaz is so tough, man. Another left hand to the body by Lawler. Oh, Diaz goes looking for it as well. They're both landing. Diaz is down. Diaz is down. Diaz is down. Lawler waves him up, tells him to get up. Tells him to get up. The body shots and the shots to the head, man. Call the fight, man. Just call the fight. It's done. I didn't like seeing that, man. Diaz is such a fucking warrior, dude. People don't know who he was back in the day. Honestly, he was a good fighter, man. He was such a good fighter. He got hit with a right hand on the temple, but there was a left body rip that hit him before, and I think that's what took the fight out of him. That one hurt, like that one hurt, but the rips before, like he landed some. Oh man, there was one left rip that I said probably about 30, 40 seconds before, where I said like the Lawler sat down on his punches. Like that takes a lot of the fight out of you, man. Um, yeah, it's over. Nick Diaz lost. He got stopped in the third. I picked Diaz. I picked Diaz. I thought it'd be different, but yeah, man, Lawler just he was the younger, older guy. Lee McHungry says Diaz could stop fighting, which he hates anyway, and endorse a range of men's beauty products. Something from left field for cash. Um, yeah, man, I don't like to see that, man. I really don't like to see that. I don't like to see. Marshall Smarter says I propose over 37s division, but the problem is, man, even watching two older guys fight, I really don't like it because not everyone ages equally. You know what I mean? And now with TRT and all this other shit, like not really, man. I just think that there's a point where go do jujitsu or something, you know? Yeah. Uh, CT Nguyen says Ortega doesn't understand Aussies if he thinks a few punk moves will get in Alex's head. We Aussies breathe pressure for breakfast. We come out of the womb with adversity. I, I don't know, man. I don't know. Um, oh man, that was sad. I don't like seeing it, man. I really, really don't like seeing the older guys taking beatings like that. I really don't. I'll be back in 1 sec. Honestly, what's that? My wife, my wife was mopping the floors, and the vinegar got me right. She mops the floors with vinegar, and the smell killed me. Just then I had to open the window. Uh, Marshall Smarter says DC almost asked if Robbie wanted a trilogy. I could feel it. He held back the stupidest though. Yeah, I think just let that one go, man. And like these guys have, it's done, man. That like there's not. It's not like I don't know, man. I don't hate seeing it to be honest with you. The Outcast says Lawler is one of the last of a dying breed. Big ups the ruthless one. Yeah, but I don't like to see him. I don't like to see it. Marshall Smarter says the old guys with tramp stamps are definitely thinning out. Nathan, okay. Gary goes, how's DC saying he hopes to see Nick in the octagon again? I never want to see that again. Yeah, I don't. Guys, no insults, please. No insults to each other, please. Um, yeah, dude, I don't want to see that. And against who? Who are you going to put him in against? And it's not whether or not people can win fights. People can win fights, of course they can. Anyone can win fights, but I just don't like seeing it, man. I just don't like seeing a guy that, especially was a legend to the extent that Nick Diaz is. I don't like seeing him. I don't like seeing that. Ren Mitchell says, I was so happy to hear Nick was back. Loved his fight style and swagger. Sad to see him decline. Yeah, dude. Like, really, really, really sad. Really, really sad. Um, I don't see Moist Penguin. If you think he's a quitter, man, you're out of your fucking mind. I'd like to see you take shots off Robbie Lawler the way he did, man. I don't think he quit at all, dude. I think he got fucking hurt real bad by another guy. But maybe the preparation and that, okay, that's a different story. But taking those shots that took off Lawler was like way more than you can expect of people. Taking the rips like that to the body the way he did, ugh, brutal, brutal, brutal. I don't see Murphy being able to beat Shevchenko. I'd be very surprised. I, yeah, I don't see it. Taking those rips like that to the body, nah. Hockey's another interesting game, mate. Like, are you still allowed to fight in hockey? Because that was crazy. I've seen hockey matches. I didn't grow up obviously with ice hockey, um, but yeah, man. Like I've seen them fight. Like they just fight, and you're allowed to. Are you still allowed to? Marshall Smarter says the guy should teach BJJ straight up good fun. BJJ from a legend is a paycheck. Yeah, 100%. Like I was thinking of that too. Like he's one of the dudes that like you'd 100% pay, and he doesn't seem like necessarily like a bad dude or anything like that. Like yeah, I'd rather just see him teach jujitsu, man. Even if he doesn't want to teach like he doesn't want to run a school, which is a lot of work. If he'd get a man, he'd get a full time job and be able to teach privates till the cows come home with the following that he has. I wouldn't want to see him fight anymore, man. Nathan Fantoisa says fighting is encouraged in hockey. Laugh out loud. Yeah, but are you still allowed to fight? Like are you still allowed to fight? Where's Marshall Smartest? You're Canadian and from Nova Scotia. Are you still allowed to fight in hockey? Like, say for example, in football or something in rugby league in Australia, it gets stopped. You're not allowed to fight, and you get a massive ban and a fine and everything, and you get banned for lots and lots of games. Are you allowed to fight in hockey? Beetlejuice says, "Hey Fab, loving the commentary. How good was AJ and Usyk? I didn't get a chance to watch it, my friend. Thank you very much for joining us." Um, Marshall Smarter says, 200 a month from 120 students, 24,000 a month. Just have someone do the books and teach half the time with his name on the school. True. That's what I mean. Like, it's not it's not out of this world to do it. Livo boys represent from Momac. Thank you, sir. You grew up in Liverpool, actually. Grew up next to Liverpool as well. Smarter says, "Oh, the boys will fight." Yes, they will. Moist Penguin says, "Imagine Valentina on top of Lauren Murphy, pounding her face in and telling her, 'You feel lucky now.' Well, do you, Lauren?" Nathan says, "The referees will moderate it to a degree." I see. Never Trust an Elf says, "Look, Nick looked thick." Yeah, he looked out of shape. Johnson Street says, "Does anyone else genuinely think that Diaz took a dive? Robbie literally walked forward, not throwing punches. I've never seen that before." No, man. Look at the fight. He got ripped, like ripped to the body earlier. And as I was commentating, I said that punch that he landed there, like Lawler sat on that liver punch, and he landed a whole bunch of body shots prior to that. You could see him. You could literally see him landing the body shots. You get hit in the body like that, you know, it takes everything out of you. You know that you get stopped by that anyways. Then you get your nose broken as well, and you get your fucking punched in the temple, and your body's being worked. Man, trust me, if you get hit hard to the liver, it just closes you down. Moist Penguin says Diaz was in great shape earlier this year. What would explain him being in such bad shape? I don't know. I don't know how good a shape he was. I don't know like how good he actually was. You know what I mean? Versus a photo that we may or may that we may have seen or whatnot. And the start of the year was still like 9 months away. So you can get close to 40, man. You'll get out of shape in a matter of weeks. Early Oliver Ekman says, "What did you think of the Marlon fight stoppage?" Oh, if anything, I think that went a little bit too long. Um, Marshall Smarter says, "How many people have actually been KO'd?" I've never been KO'd, but I've taken a shot to the body and more than one shot to the body, and I can attest to that. It's tremendous. Nathan says he mentioned he was very stressed before the fight. Moist. That could mean a lot of different factors that would lead to weight gain. Oliver Aikman says, "For sure, that's what I thought." Marshall Smarter says, "I worked out earlier tonight and I'm already out of shape." Man, as you get older, it gets so much easier to get out of shape. Like I probably didn't train properly. No, like I was still training and that, but I was just like my wife's pregnant, and she was eating whatever, and I was eating the same as her for a couple of weeks, and then I looked, and it looked like I was the pregnant one. You know what I mean? I got out of shape like that. As you get older, it's very, very easy to get out of shape. You miss a few training sessions, do a few um, appearances where you get, you eat something that's not good. Da 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 da. It doesn't take a lot for you to get out of shape when you're close to 40. Um, Kuzman says, "I haven't worked out since COVID happened. I feel like a potato." No, you have to, man. You have to keep training. Marshall Smarter says, "Pizza gets easier to get my hands on." Shit. Yeah, it's harder to stay in shape. It does mean that you can't be in shape in your 40s. It just gets harder and harder and harder for you to stay lean. Just like literally, man. For me, it only took a couple of weeks, man, and I got fat straight away. 17 times Muay Thai and K1 champion, second longest active win streak in the UFC flyweight division, says Lauren Murphy. Um, I still don't see her beating Valentina though. You know, Never Trust an Elf says, "I've been knocked out in Kyokushin tournaments and Thai boxing. It's not that bad to be honest." No, but you lose. You know what I mean? Um, Nicholas Bright says, "You should see photos of Paddy Pimblett now 2 weeks after his fight." Nathan Fantoisa says, "Fab, do you think Murphy has a chance here?" I mean, she has a chance. Of course, she has a chance, but I just don't think she'll win. I just don't think she'll beat her. Excuse me. I'm pretty sure my wife tried to poison me, people. So if I don't make it through this card, you know what happened. I have life insurance, so I'm worth much more to her dead than alive, but still. Vidal just says, "Hey Fab, I checked out Hoost as you suggested. He's amazing. Hoost versus Krokop was a great fight. What's the difference from Muay Thai and K1?" Really quickly, mainly you can clinch and knee in Muay Thai, and you can elbow. But in K1 you can't. You can clinch and throw a knee, but they've changed the rules back and forwards at the time. So sometimes you can clinch, sometimes you can't. So you can clinch and throw a knee or a couple of knees, but you can't elbow. That they're the main differences in the two. Marshall Smarter says, I was puking and had a pretty bad concussion after one that sucked for months. Fuck. It's no joke though. Look, you see on the podcast I've had Willie Tonga, who was a rugby league player, and I had James Tahuna on there, who was a fighter, and they both talk about their concussions and stuff that they've had and how bad they were. And it's like pretty full on. Lucas Rivers says, I saw a video of a Vietnam vet at 72 looking absolutely ripped. The dedication that would take. Yeah, for sure, man. It'd be super hard. Super hard. Genetics helps a lot, but it would still be super hard. Marshall Smarter says, Shevchenko looking like a fucking vampire with those red eyes. Does she have red eyes? Ken M says, what percentage of Aussies are rooting for Volk? You mean what percentage of Australia is actually watching the UFC? I don't think it's that massive, to be honest with you. But I don't think there'd be many Australians going for Ortega. I'd be very surprised. Andy Hogg has some of my favorite K1 highlights from back in the day. He was tremendous as well. Leighton J says we're about to witness a murder. No offense, Lauren Murphy. I don't see Lauren being able to survive. I don't see her being able to beat her. To be honest with you, that's just me. I don't know what the odds are, but if she beats her, I'm impressed. But I don't think she will. Marshall Smarter says the weirdest part was being awake afterwards and not being able to speak or move really. That was out of body. I'm sorry, man, that you went through that, Marshall Smartest. Ren Witchell says people body shots hurt worse than headshots. You aren't going to walk through them and shrug off a Lawler body shot. Not only that, he doesn't have to shrug off a Lawler body shot. He has to shrug off the amount of shots that Lawler landed. He landed a whole bunch, man, just ripping to the body the way he did. Like, that's no joke. Um, Valentina's 5 years younger, and everything else is more or less the same. The weight, the height, the reach is more or less the same. So I don't see this being a fun day for Lauren Murphy at all. Um, yes, I agree with you, Marshall Smartest. Do jiu-jitsu unless you've trained since your teens. Matthew Leslie says Shevchenko $1.05 and Murphy $8.50. Keith Peterson. Keith Peterson is quite a weird looking fellow, isn't he? Poor little guy. He does look weird. Nicholas Bright says, for some reason, the way Shevchenko wears her pants above her belly button is Eastern European. It's certainly different. It's certainly different. I don't know what the style is for women though. I don't know if that's the way that they wear. I don't know. Um, Eve says, can Murphy only win by getting lucky? Head kick, perhaps. I don't see her out fighting Shevchenko for 5 rounds. I just don't see that happening. She might catch her with something. Of course, it's a fight, and she's got nice crisp stand up, but I don't necessarily see her beating her any other way. Marshall Smarter says after this, she will promptly go to her parents for dinner and vodka. Moist Penguin says lucky Lauren Murphy. Well, if she's have to be pretty lucky today just to catch Valentina right on the button. She's a minus 1,500 favorite, is Valentina. Shevchenko and Volk KO decision is at 3-1, and you like it, says Matthew Leslie. I don't gamble on that, so I can't really tell you too much about what I think, on that. Most people have 55% of people have the bet on Shevchenko to get the finish, for the fight to finish by some sort of Shevchenko finish. We're about to start, people. We're off. Shevchenko in the southpaw stance goes looking for a kick to the legs off a lead leg already. I was looking again for the leg kick, does Shevchenko. Oh, Shevchenko catches her with a little hook as Murphy steps in. Nice left kick to the body by Shevchenko. Shevchenko holding the center of the octagon quite well. Oh, Shevchenko goes looking for a left hand down the middle. Just misses. Right hand by Lauren Murphy just misses Shevchenko. Shevchenko, man, Shevchenko puts power in her punches, and she's like a small girl too. She can whack, dude. She's looking for that. Yeah, I was gonna say she's looking for that left kick, and she threw it and caught it. But two times now she's caught her with that right hook over the top. Has Shevchenko, and I think Shevchenko threw it so that Lauren would try and catch it because she was ready straight away to throw that right hand. Oh, left hand down the middle. Shevchenko's really working that left kick, left hand combination. And I do believe she's going to start to shut Lauren down. Lauren doesn't know which one's coming, the left hand or the left kick, and she's throwing them. Man. And when she skips out, she throws that right kick to the body, to the legs, rather. Sorry. Front kick by Lauren. I love that right kick, the way she's throwing it. So she stepped through, like she's switching her stance as she throws her left hand, and then she throws that right kick to the legs. Very, very nice setup. Kind of a Superman punch by Lauren Murphy. Valentina is not mucking around. You see her face is so psyched up. She's so intense. 1 minute and 41 seconds to go in this first round. Oh, nice little left hand by Valentina. 1 minute and 28 seconds to go. That definitely got Lauren's attention. Good flurry by both girls, but Valentina came off the better out of the two. Kane says who's winning the round? Valentina by a fair stretch is winning this round. 58 seconds to go. Oh, spinning. Oh, spinning back fist or elbow by Valentina. I couldn't see from this position, but then she hit her with another shot on the break. Left high kick by Valentina. She's really starting to shut Murphy down a lot. Murphy's very brave and she's coming forward and she's very tough, but I don't think that's only going to get her hurt. I think in this fight, good combination there by Valentina. She goes looking for the body lock takedown. She gets it with 22 seconds to go. And I think this is the most dangerous part of Valentina's game, actually, is when she starts to throw those combinations and then starts to land the takedowns. Because not only is she good on the ground, but that really starts to make you not know what to expect. Is she going to go to the ground? Is she going to keep it standing? Is she going to hurt you from this? She just got too many weapons, dude, in her arsenal. And there is a massive amount of discrepancy between, like, if you saw the fight with if you saw the fight with Valentina and Andrade, you see the difference between the two was huge. And you see Andrade in her fight against in the fight today, and the difference between those two girls is huge. Um, in the women's MMA, there's such a big difference between like the number one and the number five fighter. So it's huge. So she'll start to. I think she's going to start to really, really close it down. Her skill levels on another level compared to most of the other girls. She just missed that kind of spinning elbow, spinning back fist, but then hit her with the right hand anyways. So it's only going to get worse for Lauren, I believe, from here on in. Valentina still in the southpaw stance, Lauren Murphy in the orthodox stance. There's a big problem now with someone like Valentina that's beaten you to the punch and then can also take you down as well. Oh, Valentina goes once again looking for the takedown. Now Lauren is holding Valentina up against the cage. She's looking for a single leg there. Valentina looked rather rushed there, I think, trying to get her down. Now Lauren Murphy has an underhook, deep underhook, and fighting for head control here as she holds Valentina up against the cage. Valentina's doing a fantastic job of defending this takedown, though. This is a lot of energy that gets expended here when you're really fighting to get the takedown up against a cage like that. It's hard for Valentina as well, but Murphy's really having to work hard. She's the one holding up Valentina's leg as well, and she's taking some shots in there as well for her troubles. Oh, I was looking at that and she got me then because I thought she was going to throw the left body kick and then she hit her with a 1-2 combination with a little right hand over the top. And I was watching it from here and she tricked me. Little Superman punch from Valentina. 3 minutes to go in this second round. Oh, nice front kick by Valentina. Oh, right hand over the top by Valentina. Another right hand. Both girls moving in and out. Valentina's still in the southpaw stance, and oh, that left kick to the body. She's just outside of the range when she's throwing those kicks, but they're still landing. Oh, nice. She ducks under a right hand from Murphy, gets the body lock. wrestles her to the ground. Murphy's got one hook in and an overhook. Is she going to be able to hold Valentina here or be able to move? I don't know. I don't know that she's going to be able to use that butterfly hook to really be able to take Valentina's balance away from her. Valentina has now she's lost the butterfly, has Murphy, and Valentina has shoulder pressure and the correct underhook. And she's passing to the right hand side, which is traditionally the weak side. Most people don't really have enough partners, or people don't really pass on that side. So you generally are less efficient at escaping from that position than you are escaping with through the other side. And Valentina's doing a fantastic job of doing that. I don't think she's going to finish her or even really create a lot of damage for Murphy, but she's riding out this second round as well. So it's 2 rounds in the bag for Valentina. That battle that Valentina's winning every single time with the shoulder pressure and the underhook in this position, in the half guard position, is the most important thing in this position that they're in now. 59 seconds. And it's a win for Valentina this round, second round. And definitely starts to soften up Murphy. Murphy has now regained her underhook, but she's still got she has no bicep control on Valentina's right arm. So when she has no bicep control there, Valentina's able to crush her face down onto the mats. And so it really makes it very difficult for her to move anywhere. So Valentina's showing some really, really good jiu-jitsu. Really good. And she's smart because she's not forcing the pass either, though. She's not forcing it. She's staying in that, like I said, that half guard of Murphy's, the way that she's doing half guard now with no shield from her right leg, means that really what Valentina's doing is using the hook from the half guard as a Turk ride and just using that as a pin, and then creating shoulder pressure and everything else to just wear away at her. And that's the round. She landed some good elbows towards the end of that round and started to close up that eye a little bit. That's the other thing people don't get. Like they try and get the ground and pound straight away, but you only if you can hold a person down and really pick a couple of good shots, you're going to do much more damage than if you just play at them. Yeah, Murphy, I think, is going to get into more and more trouble as the fight progresses. Valentina's really landing shots on that lead with that lead hand as well to that eye, and then she just landed a big elbow. That little Greco stuff that she does is really, really nice when she gets that body lock and the double unders. And the way she even drops her levels like a little Greco one as well. And we're off. And now that's the thing, man. You've got to be watching that takedown because you know that she can take you down. You know that she's more than likely going to take you down, but you also got to be aware of her striking. And the way she gets her legs up, man, is incredible because she just lifts her legs like bang and just throws a kick from seemingly with no tell. Lauren threw the jab, and Shevchenko slid out of the way and threw the right hook counter. Christian Lorenzo is really, really looking forward to Volko. Yeah, man, it's going to be a cracker fight, man. Ortega's tough as they come as well. Like he can definitely stop it. I don't think that he will, but he could. He could. He's got the uppercuts and knees that he likes to throw. Nice little left hand by Shevchenko. Oh, Shevchenko with a spinning heel kick. Oh, Shevchenko again, left hand down the middle. Oh, Lauren Murphy stepped in and Shevchenko again with a little counter right hook over the top. That left kick. Murphy took it on the arms, but that was going for the liver. But Murphy took it on the arms, and that will have to hurt, man. Yeah, she's ripping into the body and into the arms of Murphy with the left kick that she's aiming at the body. Murphy's taking it on the arms. Oh, and then that right kick to the leg. That combination she does to the legs is really, really nice. And it really works well because she's like fighting southpaw to orthodox. So she throws the left hand and then steps in. She's in basically in orthodox for a second and throws that right kick to the legs. Very, very, very nice. Front kicks to the face attempted by Shevchenko. 2 minutes and 44 seconds to go. Another inside kick landed by Shevchenko. Murphy with a kick of her own. Another inside leg kick. Oh, again, Murphy's sliding just out of the way of that left kick. Who asked this? Kane says, can those kicks Murphy taking to the arms affect the striking? Absolutely. It can break your arm. That's one. It can also just deaden your arm. But what it also does is makes you keep your right hand at home because she's throwing those shots and you know that they're coming. So yeah, it definitely affects your striking. Absolutely. Deadens your arms like almost immediately and takes like percentages of power out of your punches for sure. How hard Valentina's kicking her as well is what's crazy. Superman punch from Valentina. It's like a complete dismantling of Murphy. And Murphy's taking a lot of kicks to the legs, and you can see that they're really starting to affect that lead leg of hers. And they're coming from a really, like I said, like a really weird angle for her because she's switching. She's throwing the kick and then she's switching almost momentarily. She's stepping through, and that also plays with the distance. You think she's further away than she is, but she throws that kick. Ooh, that left kick to the body was nice. Murphy's feeling it in that lead leg. I don't know how many more shots like that she can take. Now, yeah, see, and Valentina can more or less start to pick a poison. She can take it down. She's throwing that left kick to the body and throwing that left kick to the head and throwing it to the inside leg, and also then throwing that leg kick on the outside with her right leg, and countering her with that check hook, whilst at the same time threatening the takedown. Not a fun person to fight. Shevchenko's very, very, very good. Does fabulous Index still collect VHS tapes and move kilos through Western Sydney? I do not, sir. 15 seconds to go. Shevchenko's attempt taken. She can say, Kane says, any chance Murphy can win at this point? I mean, there's always a chance, but I don't, I don't really see her winning this fight. That was just the toes caught her face, just inches. But that right kick to the legs, that's money, man, all day. And the way that she's doing it is very, very smart. Now Murphy would be all sorts of tired and sore. Royce C says Val is so many levels higher in every department. I don't mind the lack of excitement when what I see is so tight and powerful. Yes, sir. I agree. I agree. It is a one-sided beating, though. It is a one-sided beating, and that's the problem with women's MMA. For like they're just not women fighting. That's not the problem. The problem is just the lack of depth, and that they will develop that as it continues. You know, in MMA, that was the case in the men's division as well, and it's the case in some of the men's divisions still today. Demetrius Johnson was a very good example of that. Um, he was a cut above the rest of the flyweight division for a long time. But that's changing now. The flyweight division's got a lot more talent in it. It's not that it didn't have talent there, but Demetrius Johnson was just a cut above. Threw a little question mark kick. Did Shevchenko off a lead foot? Not easy to throw that one. Oh, catches her again with a little hook. Nice little mouse developing on Lauren Murphy's left eye. Inside leg kick by Valentina, and Murphy starting to reach for those kicks, and which she has been all fight in fairness. Bit of a stumble by Valentina, unless it was an invisible punch by Murphy, because it looked like it was a foot away. Murphy trying to throw that front kick. Valentina blitzes in. Murphy's starting to shut down, man. Like I've been saying it all fight, but as the fight progresses, it's even worse. Murphy's super tough and she can take a beating, but she is taking quite a bit of punishment in this fight. Another jab lands by Valentina. Nice body kick by Valentina. She knows she hurt her there. She knows she hurt her. Switching jump kick by Valentina. Another kick to the body by Valentina. Valentina's doing a really, really fantastic job. It's not the most exciting fight to watch if you just want blood and guts and whatnot. But if not, it's like the other thing is it is a mismatch. You know what I mean? Like she is just beating up Murphy here. Oh, jumping front kick to the face. But Shevchenko's shots just they're not landing flush on Murphy. Murphy's either doing a good job of sliding out of the way or it's just that's the way the cookie crumbles. Because it just landing, just nicking her. Valentina hit her. She's wobbled her. Hit her. She's over. The fight's going to be finished. The fight's going to be finished. Shevchenko has hit her with that one hook too many, man. Murphy's just staying up with toughness, man. She's just staying up with toughness, but Valentina's all over her. She wrestles her to the ground and she's landing big ground and pound now. She's framing here, looking for hit him with the left hand. Murphy's super tough, but she's even if she survives this round, it's just no good for her. 1 minute and 52 seconds to go. Valentina's doing everything she can. She's looking to pass. Murphy's doing a good job of surviving, man. She's just surviving, but I don't know, man. I don't know if she's even going to get out of this round. 1 minute and 36 seconds to go is a long time. She's squared her off. She's flat on her back now, is Murphy. Shevchenko continues with the shoulder pressure. Man, it'd be so uncomfortable for Murphy right now. She like the gas tank would be diminished. You get hit like that in the head, your gas tank goes out the window like that. As much punishment as she's taken as well. For those that are argue and get you flush and then jump back on the treadmill and see how you go. You know, your legs don't work the way they're working. And Shevchenko doesn't look like she's doing any first aid on her or trying to get her better. No, that's the fight, ladies and gentlemen. Shevchenko has stopped her in the third round and defended her belt. Great work. Wow. And now Valentina's doing her dancing. That was a very, 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 very one-sided beating. Um, First Australian says Valentina almost has like a Muay Thai stance. If you're just standing there like a punching bag, the speed's not going to drop off, and neither will the pop. Valentina can do this all day. 100% right. She's been hitting that right hook all day. All day she's been hitting with a counter right hook. Boom. Wow, wow, wow. Murphy's super tough. You got to give her that credit. She's super tough, super game, but that only gets you hurt in MMA, you know? Yeah. Wow. That was an absolute brutal, brutal beatdown. Boxing, says Marshall Smartest. Wow. All right, people, we'll be heading now. We are going into the main event, which is Ortega versus Volkanovski. I'm really looking forward to that one, and we'll see what happens. Man, Murphy took bad beating in this fight. Really, really bad beating. Yeah, that KO punch, Chris K was right. It looked like a knockdown, but it was probably the yellow bamboo punch. That one was pretty brutal. I don't know who's going to give her a run at 135. I just don't know who can give her a run. First Australian says, "Oh man, that kick on Jessica I know Valentina is called a bullet, but that head kick sounded like a fucking gun went off." Yes, sir. I agree with you. I 100% agree. I will be back, guys, for the main event. I'll be back in a second. The only person that can touch Valentina is Amanda. I don't know if the UFC would do a third fight though. Yeah, yeah, I don't know. Marsh and then like yeah, I don't know. Marshenko's balance in every position is amazing. She's very, very, very good, and she's very like her timing is so superb. Chris K says, "Damn, surprised Keith Peterson didn't let the granite go on for a few more minutes." Chris K, leave him alone, man. Leave mercy. Um, Esteban says, "Yauka, Saha, yes, it must be made." Chris K says, "Brandon Moreno in the same team." I don't think he's on the same team. I think they did some working out together and whatnot. Fun fact: both that they can speak Spanish, which fucking surprised me. Um, Hegemonium says, "Who's the next challenger at 125 who couldn't make a D3 softball team? The world must know." You're so mean. You are so mean, Hegemonium. So this interesting fight, this one. I think one thing to be careful of with Ortega is those knees up the middle, the uppercuts up the middle. They're dangerous for Volkanovski, of course. He can probably throw a bunch of stuff with relative impunity early on in the fight, um, knowing that his jiu-jitsu is a fair bit better than Alex's, or he's going to back himself that it is. But other than that, you've got to be careful with Volkanovski. Um, yeah, I think it was very, very close, man, the Valentina and Nunes fight. Regardless of which way you look at it, I think it's very, very close. So this is a real pick and fight. Minus 145 for Volkanovski. Ortega's plus 125. There's not much in that. And I don't think that there is a lot in this fight, to be honest with you. But I do see Volkanovski being a little bit better with the stand up. Matthew Leslie says, shooting bricks over here. Last leg on a big multi coming up. Time to start pacing around. How much money did you put up? How much money did you put up, Leslie? And how much do you stand to win? Marshall Smarter says, Ortega has the potential to strategize really well, but he didn't manage that with Max. Yeah, it's going to be very, very, very interesting to see um, what he does. He's got all the tools and all the ability, but I don't know. I don't know. You don't want to eat one of Volkanovski's right hands, though. They're not going to be fun. Mean dude is Volkanovski as well. Chris K says, oh, I don't know, man. This is going to be an interesting fight. Interesting fight. I hope Volkanovski gets up. He's like proper strong guy, man. Proper physically strong. Like, and Ortega's a big dude himself. Like I've seen him in real life as well. He's a big guy. But Volkanovski's like so thick, dude. His legs are like so thick, and he's such a strong guy. The knees and uppercuts up the middle are going to be very very scary for Volkanovski, especially being that much shorter. Fab, what am I drinking for the main event? Says Ren Rich with water. We haven't seen enough of Ortega lately to really make a good guess, and Volker hasn't fought for over a year, says Chris Gay. Nicholas Bright says, man, I so want Volker to absolutely dominate. Feels like people don't give him the credit for beating Max twice. Leslie, oh, you're paying 750. I got $100 on it. Okay. Oh, so you could win a fair bit. The Outcast says, crazy Volk used to be a 200-pound rugby unit. Marshall Smarter says, do you mean as in average, in height, or temperament? Temperament. Definitely temperament. Hegemonian says 240 pounds if you ask Rogan. He would have been about 216, to be honest with you, in as far as pounds go, because he would have been about 93, 95 kilograms. He wouldn't have really got much bigger than that. I still haven't forgiven Ortega for what he did to Jay Park. Yeah, that was heavy. I don't know why he did that one. Um, Lean McHungry says Ortega is 2.79% bigger than Volk. Chris K says he was kind of pudgy too, though still, yeah, crazy how big he used to be. Clearly needed to develop legs to carry that weight. First Australian says, I like this heel turn from Alex. Him and Rob have very much the same demeanor. Once you're on their bad side, that's it. Marshall Smarter says, I'm leaving that one out. Marshall Smartest. Jeannie Douglas says, didn't get your reaction to the Marlon fight. What did you think? Like, it was a crazy fight, dude. It was a crazy fight. Um, I I thought that it was probably stopped a tad late, but yeah, it was crazy. I hope not, Matthew Leslie. I hope not. Oh, there's like a. Is there music or something? Is Ortega going to dance? They all coming out with matching face masks. Ortega's team, and yeah, man. So he's coming out with a face mask, with the colored face masks. I don't know if he's going to dance or something. No, they're not. I don't know what music he's coming out to. Um, Mr. Terza says, "What did you think of Diaz Lawler fight? I thought Diaz looked surprisingly good, but everything I've read online has been shit on him." I think, dude, it's like if you're gonna watch older guys fight and then you're gonna shit on them, you're a bit of a spastic yourself. You know what I mean? Like you can't, like, you know what I mean? Like you watch, you know what you signed up for. You're watching two guys that are close to 40. That one guy hasn't won in quite a few years. The other guy hasn't fought in 6 years. Like I don't know if you're expecting. I don't know what you're expecting. You know. Marshall Smarter says, "Man, Ortega still manages to make me cringe." Lean McHungry says, "Ortega would be the happiest dude in the world if he won after the shit Volk has been given him, but go Volk." Jeannie Douglas says, "Yeah, Merab is relentless." Chris K says, "Ortega's auditioning for a new reality show, The Masked Fighter." Nicholas Bright says, "Would have been so WWE if he took off the mask and it was Max Holloway." Marshall Smarter says, "Blind auditions where we just blindfold the fighters and analyze their proprioception." Mr. Terza says, "Laugh out loud, the masked fighter came. Murphy got robbed. She was about to win that fight." First Australian says, "Ortega should uppercut himself just for this walkout. Absolute Drongo type behavior." I don't like it was kind of um Ortega always seems to me like the kind of dude that tries real hard to not care or tries real hard to not try. Um like tries real hard to be chill, tries real hard to be like laid back kind of thing. I don't know if that's him countering, anxiety or what and whatever, but I do. Yeah, it's like kind of at odds. The Dark Lord says lost respect for Ortega. What happened with Ortega and the Schmo? I don't know. What happened? I don't know. But Ortega, yes, Ortega's jiu-jitsu is pretty fantastic. Martial smartest. I do agree with that. Thank you, Nicholas Bright. I'm glad you agree with me. I appreciate that. I don't know if it was just me. Nicholas Bright says he got really aggro with the schmo or something. Really? Over what though? Evie says, anyone seen the movie Ortega and Shawbury? That they were in a movie? I I I I'm not aware of that. Nicholas Bright says he threatened to beat him up mid-interview. Over what? What did the other dude say to him? What happened? Roy says really excited for this fight. Could go so many ways. I agree. I do agree. I think it can go a lot of different ways. It's called The Tax Collector. It's terrible. No, I haven't seen it. Lean McHungry says, okay, the belt I'm going to take your head off. Okay. Well, I'd imagine that Ortega would have to be able to beat the Schmo. Alex Volkanovski singing. What song is he coming out to? Because I can't hear it. And I would never have thought of him as a singer. Oh, Walking Out Man Down Under. Yes, yes, I knew the song you meant. Let's see this fight. I hope Alex wins, man. I really do. Jeannie Douglas says they were trying to bitch the schmo out, and he called Ortega stiff. Hegemonium says, "Come on, Volks, ACDC or Silverchair, you can do better." Marshall Smarter says, "That's from Men at Work. Lead singer is one Colin Hay. Please listen to his new solo stuff." The Dark Lord says the clock's running. Yeah, don't worry about it, Dark Lord. I reset it at the start. Evie says, "Everyone remember to like the live stream. Please do, people. Please like and subscribe and hit the notification bell if you haven't already." 19-fight win streak for young Alexander Volkanovski. Well, Nicholas Bright says, "Yeah, just type Schmo Ortega and it's like the top hit." Pip Dennison says, "Go the Wollongong Warrior." The Gong. What's he got? What they found in his gloves? He's got razor blades. He's carrying a straight razor in there. Esteban says, "Thanks for a reminder. The one time I forgot." No, thank you, sir. You know what I cringe hard at, Esteban, as an Australian? I cringe hard when they do Aussie, 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 oi, oi, oi. I really, really cringe at that. I really do. I don't know why. I don't know why, but I just cringe. First Australian says Ortega is like pre-peroxide Derek Brunson, where they can be baited into some really dumb decisions. Max picked Ortega apart because Ortega wanted to rock 'em, sock 'em robots. The problem is, I agree with you, First Australian, I do, but on top of that, I don't know that he has the the skill. I don't know if he has the wrestling to get you to the ground. The reach is the only like the reach and the height. So Volkanovski's 2 inches shorter and longer reach. But the reach I don't think is really that accurate because the way they do it is wingspan, and Volkanovski would be about as broad as you get for that division, you know. So I don't think it's really an accurate. I say that Ortega has. So we're about to kick off, ladies and gentlemen, any second now. Esteban says, "Don't know why people don't like it. Could have got for some EOTs too." I don't know what that means. Marshall Smartest says, "I would like to see a line of overweight women do that chant followed by oink, oink, oink." How dare you, Marshall Smartest? How dare you? How dare you? Definitely the win in the hair department goes to Ortega for sure, by far, not even close. I think Ortega, it's not just submissions. Like he can whack too, you know. The uppercuts and the knees up the middle are very dangerous for Ortega. Like Ortega can do them very well. I don't know what that means. I don't know if the W was for Wollongong. If so, thank you, Ortega. You've just won yourself a fan. Hegemonium says, "I'm just happy your live stream and live video aren't 30 seconds ahead of me in the USA for once." I'm sorry, brother. That's not my doing. I can tell you that for sure. Jeannie Douglas says, oh, minus 190 favorite is Volkanovski now. I don't know if he's that like I'm going for Volkanovski, but I don't know if he's that much of a favorite against Ortega, to be honest with you. He's pumped, is Volkanovski. Chris K says, Fab, you're 20 seconds behind me. Greetings from the future. Uh, thank you for that. Both guys come into the middle, staring each other down. They touch gloves. I don't know how much bad blood it is versus they just having to spend all that time together, dude, because that's pretty brutal a lot of the times. It's just not, it's hard to spend that amount of time with people you like. We're off. Volks puts his hands out, they touch gloves, and they are off. See Volks landing that right, that right kick as well, and the right overhand right. Both guys in the orthodox stance. Volkanovski holding the center of the octagon. Oh, nice inside kick by Volkanovski. Oh, Volkanovski goes looking for a left high kick. Nice little left kick by Volkanovski. Ortega's swinging a miss with a right low kick. Ortega's looking good and busy with that jab when he's fighting out of the orthodox stance. Now he's switched to southpaw. And from the southpaw stance, I do think he'll probably cop some kicks off Volkanovski, from Volkanovski into that lead leg. Nice outside left kick by Volkanovski himself. Ortega goes looking for a left high kick. Nice work by Ortega. Volkanovski showing some level changes. Oh, oh, oh. Nice little blitz there by Ortega, throwing the little jabs as he stepped in. Ortega's looking very, very, very composed in this. I'm actually impressed with how well he's looking. Oh, eats a jab off Volkanovski on the way in. Fighting out southpaw and orthodox, switching stances a lot. Oh, there's that overhand right, but Ortega counters it, but he got hit with that overhand right. You don't want to get hit with too many of those shots by Volkanovski, mate. Oh, there's another shot. They both landed the shots then, but Volkanovski's landed that overhand right. Ortega's got a chin on him, though. Left kick to the body by Volkanovski. Volkanovski feints on that right hand. Now, Ortega has felt Volkanovski's power. He's felt it. He knows that he can't take too many shots like that unprotected. And Volkanovski can see he's also starting to come a little bit stronger with that confidence. They both exchange hooks. Inside low kick by Volkanovski. Oh, Volkanovski snaps his head back with a jab. Nice work by Volkanovski. There's 2 minutes to go in this round. Inside leg kick by Volkanovski. Volkanovski sits on that punch and throws the right hand, but doesn't land it flush enough. Oh, 1-2 by Volkanovski. Just got out of the way, did Ortega. Volkanovski skipping in and out, changing his levels, feinting. Nice leg kick by Volkanovski. Volkanovski with the 1-2 again. Nice little combination there by Volkanovski. Ortega hits Volkanovski with a jab after Volkanovski hits him with a front kick. Volkanovski holding this. Ooh, swings 2 punches. Ortega slides out of the way. Nicely done by Ortega. Ortega catches the kick. But Volkanovski's landing them then. They're landing on the arms, they're landing on the body, but they're landing. Nice punches there in the pocket there by both guys. There's 49 seconds to go. Man, it's so dangerous from either one of these guys throwing those punches in that pocket. Volkanovski's cut below his left eye, so there's been some shots landed by Ortega. 36 seconds to go. Both these guys. Oh, he hits Volkanovski flush with a nice jab. Does Ortega. Volkanovski fainting on his shots. Hits Ortega with a nice jab. Good feint by Volkanovski. Glancing shot with a right hand by Volkanovski. Ortega catches the kick. There's 4 seconds to go. Jabs the body, does Ortega, and that's the round. They said something to each other. I'm assuming it was like a nice fight, something like that. Man, he's taken some big shots to the legs. Has Ortega already? That's for sure. They land some, man. Both guys can crack, both guys can crack and both guys can take a shot. That was a nice jab that he hit him with. Here's that right hand. That right hand landed flush, dude. Man, he's got a chin on him, eh? He caught him right on the top of, like, at the top of the mandible. That jab was a good jab from Ortega. Had he have landed that a little bit lower, like closer to the point of the chin, I think that would have been a wrap. But that was a big shot that Ortega took. Sorry, man, WR, about my commentary, mate. I'm just, I get into the fights, all the fights. But I know Alex, so of course I'm going to get into it a little more. Doubles up on the jab, does Ortega, but eats a right low kick for his troubles. They touch gloves. We're off again. Looking for a left high kick. Throws a right low kick to the body, to the legs rather. Volkanovski's landing a lot of kicks to the legs of Ortega. Oh, catches him with a little hook, does Volkanovski. Nice low kick by Volkanovski. Oh, beautiful low kick by Ortega. To southpaw, then back to orthodox. Oh! Ortega lands a nice little combination. So does Volkanovski. Volkanovski moves Ortega back to the cage. Drops his level. Ortega checks a kick. Man, there's some good little punches that Ortega's catching Volkanovski on the exit right at the end of the punch. Volkanovski feints and comes in with that right hand. Now they're both in the clinch. 3 minutes and 13 seconds to go. Oh, doubles up on the jab, throws the right hand, does Ortega, and partially connects with Volkanovski. But Ortega's face is starting to become a bit of a mess, man, from the shots that Alex is starting to land. There's only so many like this you can take. That's what I was saying at the start of the fight. There's only so many shots you can land. A bleak kick attempt by Volkanovski. Ortega switches to southpaw. I mean, yeah, to orthodox rather. He was in southpaw. Another outside leg kick lands by Volkanovski. Another calf kick lands by Volkanovski. Swing and a miss with a head kick by Ortega. Inside kick by Volkanovski. Volkanovski presenting a lot of different distances with his punches. Oh, nice little combination by Volkanovski. Big right hand by Volkanovski lands on Ortega. Then he goes looking for a takedown on Ortega. He's keeping Ortega backed up against the cage. Is Volkanovski. Nice leg kick landed by Ortega from the orthodox stance. Was looking for a right hand, does Ortega. He's taken a lot of damage in this round. Nice kick to the body by Volkanovski. Another great calf kick by Volkanovski. Volkanovski feints on the calf kick, then throws a jab. Ortega counters with two jabs to the face. Nice jab by Volkanovski. Nice right hand counter by Ortega to Volkanovski's low kick. I think the Ortega change this up, or he's going to continue to take too much damage. Nice low kicks landed by Ortega himself on Volkanovski, and he is finding some success with those kicks. He has to be changing this a little bit and keeping Volkanovski at a better distance than what he was. Volkanovski's giving him some different angle changes now. Volkanovski's got a couple of cuts. He has took a couple of punches there. Volkanovski did Ortega. Now Ortega's doing a better job of not getting caught against the cage and moving out of the way. Volkanovski hits him with a right hand lead. Goes looking for a high kick, does Ortega. 16 seconds to go in this second round. Nice calf kick by Volkanovski. Oh, Volkanovski goes low, goes looking for a left hook. They're saying stuff to each other. They haven't split it. They're still saying to each other. They're still going. Don't let them fight, guys. Don't let them fight. Break it up. Don't let them fight. I don't know what they're saying to each other. But I think they shook hands after it too. Yeah, so both these guys, Ortega looks like he's like the cuts and the bruising and that as they're above his eye, and that's always worse. Volkanovski's got a cut underneath his left eye, which is not going to get in the way of his vision. But I think he may have a cut on his head, or maybe it was just blood that splattered on there. No, he has. He has got a cut on his head because they're putting the Vaseline on there. But Ortega's starting to mouse up a little bit. We're off, people. We're off. We're about to start the third round. They touch gloves. Oh, right hand lead by Ortega. Nice work. Oh, nice calf kick by Volkanovski. Feints on the calf kick, does Volkanovski. Left calf kick landed by Volkanovski. Nice body kick landed by Volkanovski. Ortega fighting in the southpaw stance. Inside low kick attempt by Volkanovski. Goes looking for the calf kick. Now, Brian's starting to reach for those kicks. Now, couple of things is good with that. One means that Ortega's looking to change his strategy a little bit and start to proactively look for a takedown versus but also can be bad because when you start reaching, your hands drop. And as I say, that Volkanovski catches him coming in on the right hand. So he's continuing to try to catch the kicks as he's coming in, is Ortega. And he has to try and get Volkanovski to the ground, I think, because, I mean, I'm not saying he can't beat Volkanovski standing, but he's definitely losing this battle. He can catch Volkanovski with something, but he's definitely losing this battle. And he's in the clinch now. Volkanovski's super strong, very, very physically strong man. But the levers are a massive advantage for Ortega. He's much longer. The exchange in there. Both guys. Oh, there's the uppercut from Ortega. He's got a very good uppercut, Ortega, and he did land that on Volkanovski. He catches the kick. Volkanovski's got to have seen now that Ortega continues. They catch each other there. Volkanovski's for sure noted that every time he throws that kick, Ortega is now reaching for that low kick on Ortega's right side. So he's reaching for it every time. Expect a feint from there, and he's trying to punch him from there, I'd imagine. Volkanovski's leaning back and leaning out of the way. Ortega's doubling up on that jab and finding some success with it. There he reaches for it again. Good combination by Alex. There he reached. He got him. He got him down. He's gone for the guillotine. 2 minutes to go. Volkanovski's in all sorts of trouble here. He's still got that left hand, but this squeeze would be brutal from Ortega. Absolutely brutal. Ortega's still got the mount. Volkanovski's out of trouble as far as the guillotine's concerned, but he's in all sorts of. Don't give your back, Volkanovski. Ortega's still looking for the guillotine from here. He's looking for the dust now. He's looking for the dust. Volkanovski's got to get up and back out. Oh, he's managed to slide out. Big hammer fists from Volkanovski. There's 1 minute and 26 seconds to go. Big elbows landing by Volkanovski. There'd be a lot of effort that would have been put into that isometric contraction from the guillotine by Ortega. And Volkanovski now is going to land some big shots here. Ortega looks exhausted. He's also, I think, put the whole thing in there for that guillotine, and he squeezed the man. His arms would be absolutely fatigued. Volkanovski from the triangle's up. The triangle's up. The triangle's up. It looks deep. It looks deep. There's 48 seconds to go. It's deep. The triangle is in deep. Is Volkanovski going to be able to get out of this? It's in super deep. 35 seconds to go. Volkanovski gets out. Get up, Alex. Just get up and get up. Just get up. Get up. 28 seconds to go. I was about to say the triangles, because Ortega has brilliant triangles. He's taken a lot of damage from Volkanovski here. A lot of damage. 13 seconds to go. The point, he's not really defending himself. He's just got his arms up, and Volkanovski's landing shot after shot after shot after shot on him. They're partially being blocked, but he wasn't really defending himself. He's in all sorts of trouble here. The round ended. The fight's not over as far as I can tell, but he's in all sorts of trouble. He looks absolutely exhausted and absolutely hurt. What a fight. But now on the ground, it's different as well, man, because he has hurt Volkanovski. He has hurt Ortega really, really, really badly. You know, you can see it in Ortega's face, in his demeanor. He's really, really, really hurt. I don't know if he's gonna even answer the bell. That's the truth. He took a lot of damage in that, and exhausted himself. Like really expend a lot of energy. Did the right things. He caught the kick and he went for the guillotine straight away, and it was almost on. Then he went for the triangle. Now he answers the bell. A lot of heart shown here. Alex has to just land the strikes. Sorry, Singapore, if that wants to give everyone a heart attack. The doctor's talking to him now. They're seeing if he can see out of his eye. Are they going to call the fight? He's saying he can see. He said how many fingers he can see. We're off, people. That's a long time for recovery as well for Ortega. You know, it would have been good to have seen him just continue on because that was close to 2 minutes of recovery time. Goes looking for a little right hook there. Nice inside kick by Volkanovski. Nice jab by Volkanovski. Only needs to land one or two shots on that eye, and that eye is going to close up completely for Ortega. Nice outside kick by Volkanovski. Right hand, left hook, right hand by Volkanovski. Left hand by Volkanovski. I see Ortega could have set up a right low kick a second ago. Nice. Lands a little right hand on Ortega on Volkanovski. Does Ortega. Ortega lands a nice stiff jab on Volkanovski then. Ortega lands a shot on Volkanovski as Volkanovski coming in. Oh, nice jab landed by Volkanovski. Deep on a takedown attempt is Ortega. Volkanovski's defending well. He has the right underhook. Nice inside trip by Ortega. Goes looking for the guillotine again. Volkanovski's in a good position here. I don't think he's got the dance in deep enough. Does Ortega, and Volkanovski looks like he's pulling the elbow down, which is going to take away a lot of the pressure. Volkanovski's going to get up. He's got the far side underhook. I still don't know if you want to be messing about on the ground with Ortega. But Ortega's not really launching a lot of defense from this position. He's beyond hurt and exhausted here. I don't know that he would have even had a lot of squeeze in the DAS at that point. People don't understand this as well. Once you've been hit and hurt like that, the squeeze is gone a lot. Oh, he's still dangerous, but yeah, it's still like got to be careful with the up kicks from here. Got to be careful. Alex is falling to a triangle, man. Ortega's got his legs got such good dexterity, at any time. You got to be really, really careful. 1 minute and 57 seconds to go. Oh, big right hand, left hand landed by Alex. Nice, nice little elbow landed by Alex as well. I'm telling you now, this would be a shit position to be with someone like Alex. He's so strong, dude. He's so strong. Postures up out of the triangle does Alex. Postures up out of the omoplata attempt does Alex. Ortega's absolutely exhausted and hurt. And Alex is landing big shots on him. 1 minute, 25 seconds to go. Huge shots by Alex. Landing. Some of them are being taken on the glove by Ortega, but a lot of them are landing flush, man. A lot of them are landing flush. Even if you got to stop the fight here, man. He's getting hurt bad. Looks to invert in the guard here, but there's a lot of shots landing by Alex. Oh my god. Nice elbows landing by Alex. Ortega's face is an absolute mess. Big show of heart by Ortega. Bad beatdown. This is a tremendous beatdown by Alex. 31 seconds to go, and Alex tells him to stand up. Ortega's in all sorts of trouble. 12 seconds to go. Alex going after him pretty full hardcore. Oh, that's the round, people. That's a round. Wow. Wow. Royce says, Herb, if it ain't senseless, there's no need to end this thing. Oh my God. Wow. 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 That is a bad beatdown, man. A really, really bad beatdown. Wow. It's a lot of shots. Big beatdown, man. This is the last round. We're going into it. Chris K says Volk messing around too much on the ground. Emotions getting the better of him, dude. He's doing a good job on the ground. He's doing a good job on the ground. He's beating him bad. Two shots, man. They're giving him a lot of time, man. It's almost 2 minutes between rounds to recover. Like if I look here, like he's 1.5 minutes that time it was. Big times to recover, man. A lot of times to recover they're giving him. 4.5 minutes to go in this round. Oh, nice right high kick by Ortega. Ortega's still going. His gas tank and his fitness is very, very impressive, Ortega's, because for you to take the beatings that he did and keep going, ooh, left jab straight. Oh my God. He's gone looking for the single leg. Alex defends it. Nice elbow by Ortega on the way in on Alex. Big elbow by Alex. Then a left hand right on the chin of Ortega. Ortega's got a hell of a chin, man. A crazy, crazy chin. I think it was something to do with a headbutt or something. Oh, nice little check hook by Ortega. Oh, nice combination by Ortega. 2 minutes and 59 seconds to go. Nice jab by Alex. Oh, right hand by Alex. Oh, Ortega sits on that little jab. Both guys jabbing. He finds Alex with a little jab right at the end there. 2 minutes and 42 seconds to go. Oh, he gets Alex down. Kind of gets Alex up against the cage. Ortega ate a hook on that break and then a jab. Right overhand, right by Alex. Ortega takes it on the back of the ear and keeps coming forward. Oh, he's taken a hell of a lot of punishment, has Ortega. Right hand lands. He catches him right on the exit. Does does Ortega. Oh, 1-2 lands by Alex. 1 minute and 46 seconds to go. Oh, Ortega's coming home strong, man. He's catching Alex in the count. I don't know if Alex has slowed down a little bit. 1 minute and 31 seconds to go. Well, Alex is definitely looks like he's slowed down a little bit. He has. But I don't know how much Ortega has left in him either. The amount of ground and pound that Alex put in and didn't finish Ortega is pretty incredible. Alex has definitely slowed down. Ortega's coming on in this round. 48 seconds to go. Oh, he catches a kick, throws a left hand, throws a knee up the middle. Alex catches Ortega, goes to sweep the leg. 25 seconds to go. Ortega continues to come forward, fighting hard. 15 seconds. He hits Alex with a good combination. He hits Alex with a big right hand. There's 4 seconds to go. 2, 1, time. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the fight. My God, Ortega's going to be sold tomorrow. Marshall Smarter says, who's ugly? Well, cool. Nicholas Bright, thank you so much, man. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate all of your support, guys, from all of you. Thank you so much for everything. I really, really do appreciate it very, very, very much. You guys make it worthwhile, and without you guys, there is no show. So thank you guys very much. Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it. Lean McHungry says, great commentary, Fab, but it almost killed me. Yeah, nah, man. What a beating that Volkanovski handed out. There were a few close calls in there, but it was pretty crazy. Yeah. So, wow. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your support, man. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the commentary. Cheers from BC, Canada. Thank you so much, my friend. I really, 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 really appreciate your support. Really helps with everything. Helps my daughter will eat tonight, and we should be able to scrounge up enough money to pay for the pay per view. So thank you guys so much for everything that you guys do and for watching. I really, really appreciate it. Original Sin says, thank you, Coach Fab. Thank you very much, man. Oh, man, Ortega has taken a lot of punishment in his last few fights. Um, wow, wow. So what's next? What's next for both these guys? You know what I mean? Is a Max Holloway for Alex, Giga for Brian? Who knows, man? Who knows? That was a rough night for Ortega tonight, man. Really rough night. Volkanovski just really, really, really put it on him. Wow. Ooh, Roy C out of nowhere. A little something for the noodle fund. Man, I appreciate it so much, man. Thank you very much, man. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And Alex gets the win. Good work for Alex, man. Honestly, well deserved. I'm really, really happy for him. They shake hands and hug it out. I don't know the extent of the animosity between them. That's the truth. Like I never really take that shit very seriously. Um, what a fight! What a fight! I do think Chris K that he do that the wrestling is a you give him some wrestling, dude. Ortega, and he's gonna man. That's my biggest take from this. I think Ortega with some wrestling will open up his game big time, dude. Will open up his striking. His striking is already super dangerous, but it'll open up his striking and his submissions even more. So that's pretty amazing. Guys, thank you so much for joining me today. I really, really appreciate it. I really love you guys doing this and watching with me. Thank you so much, man. And we'll see you guys soon. Thank you so much, man. Lots of love. Look after yourselves, and I'll catch you soon. Take care.